Hello, hello! Hello, everyone. My name's Koban. Inugami Yokai Police Officer at your service. Oh, give me a moment here. It wouldn't be a stream without some kind of scope. Anyways, today we're going to be continuing our modeling of the Warudo asset that we've been working on. As for what's going to be happening today, I'm going to be doing a little bit of experimenting with my setup here and there, considering I don't do any of my texturing in Blender itself. So we're going to have to see how that's going to end up working out. I've already set up the additional other two programs that I use for texturing, so I'll end up having to go BRB real quick in between some of the work here and there while we go jump and forth between the texturing just to kind of modify my setup. But I'll still be here and still be on the mic during that whole situation. So for now, let's take on us over in Blender here. Just having one of those days tripping over my words. So, last time around, we were working on this here. We were turn on draw. Working on retopo here. So we got most of the retopo done, and I'm thinking maybe we should give the cat here, rather than this big floofy tail, well, we might go with a traditional tail when it comes to black cats for Halloween. I think that's good. Other than that, let's go over some of the changes that I've actually made. So I went through here, and I actually decided to make some procedural texturing work. It's not really all that entertaining to watch me experiment with settings, but to go over what the settings do and how to recreate them now, that's some pretty decent content. So, for our pumpkin here, we've made this one orange texture for the pumpkin, it's the meat of the pumpkin itself, and then a different one for the stem. So we're using a combination of a few, well, I say a few, different nodes here. It looks actually drastically different when I add the lighting. Yeah, that's much better. I like that a lot. So from here, I'm just going to go over what each of these little nodes are doing, and then we'll continue with our retopo venture and see what we can do in Blender in the meantime. So we can, before we move on to things like the UV mapping and then straight into texturing, because we're almost there. We're more than 50% of the way there. So let's just have a little bit of a side window here so you can keep seeing what we're doing. We're gonna be messing around with this. Grab the pumpkin procedural over here. So in order to achieve the results that we have here, I'm just going to show you through Node Wrangler. I'm sorry. We've got the texture coordinate into the mapping node, which takes us over to the gradient, and we are using this gradient and multiplying it several times, or multiplying the output of it, so that we can get a very clear, sharp line. This noise factor is just here to kind of break up the gradient a little. But when we grab this factor of the multiply, plug it into our linear light, which doesn't look like it modifies things too heavily. Which it doesn't, it's only a factor of 0.2, it's just there to mess with our gradient here. You can kind of see it a little bit. Just give us a little bit of a less clean outline. We plug it into a ping pong node. This is actually a special math node. It's over here in these rounding functions. And this actually multiplies our gradient texture and gives us, well, as you can see, a bit of the start of a pumpkin. And because we have the rotation on the Z here, we just had to make sure that it was rotated properly. So you may be wondering, what's this for? Well, This is a separate noise texture that we wanted to make sure we had additional control over, just in case we wanted to change it. And we plugged our gradient into a different multiply, a different linear, and a ping pong over here. And what this did through these factors and these changes in the multiply made it so that we have a, well, as you can see, a much more, many more of these ping pong gradients. We ran them through this color ramp, which these two color ramps, two different ones. We controlled them individually. And it kind of rounds off the edges, if you will, because the very next thing we plug them into is a darken node, which combines the two of them together. And the factor is so small because we don't want to grab too much of the node that's multiplying the lines drastically. From here, it's plugged into the color ramp, and then a mix node, which mixes with this over here, which is our dots texture. So noise, the linear light, which is mostly used for its math, mixing the noise with the traditional mapping of the object, straight into a Voronoi texture, which allows us to, which basically says, I want to take this noise texture and use it as the mathematical formula for the Voronoi texture. And what we get is a series of kind of vague dots. Plug it into a color ramp so we can control how the dots look. And we will mix it with our node here through our color ramp. And that's how we get our final color. Now, why does this not look the same? Simple. We have not taken into fact we have a roughness and a normal. So for the roughness, you basically take the darken of what the node, when you combine as many of these nodes together, just that you want for the roughness. The roughness basically controls how smooth something is in your model. So anything that's, so basically we took it through this color ramp here to basically kind of control a little more. So anything that's more, as we can see over here, anything that is more white adds more shine. Anything that's more black adds less shine. So we basically, if we were to take this and plug this over here, it might be the opposite way around. Wait a moment. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so, my bad, other way around. Anything that's black adds more shine, anything that's white adds less shine. Sometimes you have to think about these things. So, the reason why we plugged it into this ramp is because we want things to be somewhat uniform, but not entirely. So it's a little more shiny over in the crevices and a little less shiny outside. Now, as for our normal, you can take a texture map of any kind and plug it into the height of a bump node and control its strength to give it a normal, which then you can plug into another bump node and, well, you can see the results. So if we were to take the results of just this singular bump node, we would see this is the results from up here, which is our initial creases. And the other result over here is a combination of our initial result and the little tiny bumps that we had made, the little dots. One thing that you would definitely want to take note of is you see how this first bump node that plugs into the normal, the other one, has a significantly higher value. That's the way you wish to organize these things. So, what my recommendation is probably don't go more than 2 bump nodes unless you want to kind of lag your PC. I've tried putting 3 before, and you need a beefy PC to survive several nodes with like that. But 4 is basically a no-go. It doesn't, unless you're doing nothing but rendering and you're not worrying about how your viewport looks. I wouldn't go for 4 bump nodes. So what I did for let's say this node over here. So you can see how I basically inverted the color scheme, because the darker the color, the more it realizes, okay, this needs to be affected by the bump, and the white will not have any effect at all. So after I inverted the color, I ran it through a color ramp, so that the black is right there. That's going to be the most affected. And I combined it with the more lines that are the more of our gradient curve. So this is the final result. So this is how I avoided using more than 2 bump nodes. So I combined the 2 results together and then fused them with our initial bump result of the bigger gradient. And all of that together, let me close that. There's no sheen on this model. Gives us, well, this pumpkin. And this is under the lighting conditions, which our lights have a faint hue to them themselves. Especially this one. This one's a little bit different compared to the others. The others are the same, they're just positioned differently. So the pumpkin without any lighting would look like this, but our intention, off stream of course, I can't exactly bake lighting while on stream. It would take my CPU to 100%, and this stream would go to shit quality real quick. So we're going to bake the lighting as is in this configuration, and it should look really, really good inside of Warudo. Of course, you could still use, you know, additional lighting and light sources, but I think this overall setup, when you're staring down the model, if it looks like this, I think that'll be okay. The same for the stem, we're probably going to bake the lighting. As for the stem, it's actually not too different. So it still has the dots, it still has the pumpkin creases, but there's, let's see, where is it? Can I find it? Yes, down here. In order to control the normal map so that it terminates at the top, we've added a new factor, which is this gradient map, which you can't very much see until we plug it into a color ramp. And I went through the very big trouble hassle. This is why I hurt myself on Saturday. It took hours to try to find, you know, the correct settings to try to get just the right amount. It's all small modifications here and there. You can see if I were to move some of these rotations, it doesn't look like I'm doing very much, but in a different viewpoint, it's like, oh, that's going down the right way, and that's not going down the right way. So it can take a while to modify these settings and figure things out. So the main difference is we still have our initial curve, we still have the smaller curves, just they're mapped a little bit differently, so that the dynamic of them is pointing in a slightly different direction. We combine them together still, so this looks very familiar, but then we combine them with the darken, so it's a darken on top of another darken. We combine them with this other gradient texture so that we can tell our normal map. Let's see, where is it? Yeah. Okay, so over here is the normal map. We're not using this for the normal map, that's for the color. My bad. We take the initial ping pong value of the big... Yes, our big lines, and we combine it with our color ramp over here to create this, and which means since the black is not going to be as affected, this is what we want. So we plug it in through a color ramp to smooth it out a little bit, and then straight into the bump it goes. And what that does is tell the program, Okay, so we don't want to affect the very top area because of how dark this section is. And the rest of it should be pretty familiar. We've got our dots, which is being applied off of our masking over here, the darken, and then plugged into a color ramp. And then on top of it, we have the usual noise, linear light, Vonaroy for our dots up here. And that gets plugged into a mix node so that the dots are a completely different color. And as for the dots, well, they're being the dot result is being dragged off over here and into our usual double bump node. And we followed this, a similar setup of the first bump node is worth a lot more in the strength value than the second one. Yep. Go ahead and do that a little. So all of that combines together to give us a pretty good result, I'd say. So this is a legitimate pumpkin. And this is our what our render result will look like. I didn't want to add too many divots to it, and to the pumpkin. I still wanted to maintain that kind of Halloween-y, cartoonish pumpkin theme. And the same goes for the stem right here. As most people using this model in the Warudo engine will probably be anime or some kind of cartoony model. We did not, I don't think we wanted to go hyper-realistic. This is already quite realistic for a model. And I just wanted to make it stand out a little. So you might be wondering, why do the eyes look a little off? Well, the reason being is because that's going to need to be textured. I tried so many different ways to get this to look right without actively texturing it by hand, and none of the procedural nodes wanted to work the way I wanted them to. But such is life. You can't let the program do everything for you, unfortunately. So, from here, we are going to continue our little venture, and I think we can afford to hide the cat without the non-retopo cat, and I'm just going to create a duplicate of this cat just in case things go wrong, and I'm going to Control A. Oh, let me go ahead and turn on the screencast keys. Where are you? There we are. Go back on up to item. There we go. And you can see my keys. So I'm going to hit Control A and Visual Geometry to Mesh. And now all our modifiers are applied. We can do whatever we want from here. So I think from here I'm going to grab this. And where do I have it? This is an add-on called Loop Tools. It should be free last I checked. It's not. It's all I'm going to use it for is to hit this button for circle, and there we can use this now to create a circle for our tail and not have to worry. From here, just going to make sure that we don't have anything like welding on or object. We'll need that. Extrude, scale down, and we're just going to try to get this to be where we want it to be for the tail. So from here, we have a nice little round area for our tail. What I want to do is, we're going to do a little bit of a trick here. I have the references for now. So, if you lock yourself to the X coordinate, and you hold Control, and you right-click, well, for now, let's extrude. We'll extrude one time, so that, because when you do the Control right-click, it will move the previous one, which we can fix. That's no big deal. But what it will allow us to do is this. Whoop. Let me... I don't want the segments to be too far apart, so let's go like this. When you're doing this, you want to make sure that the angle that you're deciding to do your next click is not too far off. And as for these little curves here, we're not really all that concerned, because what we can do is we can just bevel them. Just to kind of smooth them out a little bit. And I think we might be fine to eyeball this. The alternative is to separate the tail. Separate the tail from the body as a new mesh and hit it with a subdivision surface. So if we were to do that, let me go ahead and get rid of some of these. Which this might be the better call at the moment. So let's say that's something close to what we want. Let's go ahead and get it in place for the Z. So we don't really want the tail to be idling. We don't want the tail to be idling in it's like a very neutral position, because we want it to be visible from the front. So when the character that's going to be obviously with this model, going to be messing around with this model, is doing whatever they're doing, and perhaps they're not moving too much. What we need them to be able to see is the whole model itself. So the cat tail needs to be visible. So we'll go ahead and give the cat tail a bit of a resting pose. That is off to the side. So we're just going to carefully move this over. Might not need to do it one by one. Instead, let's go ahead and grab this and we'll move that over. Control let's see. Control minus? Yeah. Oops, that's control slash. Control minus. And that selects less. So we'll just kind of casually move the tail over. Let's try to get a little bit of a shape in here. It doesn't have to be perfect. I would like to even it out a little bit. Do try to keep the direction of these circles going through the tail at least somewhat in line, because it will affect the overall shape of the tail in the end. So I'm just kind of turning them a little bit to try to even out what's going on. And the tip of the tail, we kind of want pointing right about there. Can we see it from here? Just barely. Perhaps a little further. Doing Control plus. Pull the tail over. Maybe tilt it a little bit. Just gonna thin that out a little. Okay. So far, so good. The better that you get the overall shape, the better the tail will be once you hit it with a subdiv. But like that. We're purposely leaving the end of the tail open because we're going to hit, when we hit this with the subdivision, it'll do more than just fix up the amount of vertices going through here. it will double the amount of vertices going through the rest of the tail. So what we're going to do is try to get a little cheeky. We're going to select this top area. And I think that will do, but we'll have to check. Is it subdiv surf? There we go. That's a little too smooth. There we are. So from the front, we're going to pull this out more. Gonna fix the angle a little bit. Let's put the subdiv back on. Let's see. Yes, there we are. This and a little more. Pull that in a little. Shape is a little funky. Pull this out. And grab both of these and pull that in. Probably even out the cattail a little bit. Because we're just trying to go for a decent shape language at the moment. Okay, so where's our other one? Right there. Let's see. How is that doing? I think we move this part of the tail in. There we are. And maybe move this part up a little. Try to even the curve a little bit. Okay, what's happening here is with the subdivision active, the tail doesn't quite look like it's fully connected, which is pretty easy to fix. There we go. I think that's nice. We'll probably pull this down a little. Try to get some kind of playfulness to the cat's tail shape. That might be a little too down. Okay. Just minute adjustments will get us there. It would look better if it wasn't so curved. Ah, okay. grab all of this and move it over like that, and then maybe if we were to pull this down a little, fix some of the gap in there, and then pull this in a little bit. A bit long of a tail, honestly. Almost looks monkey-like. Okay, we'll pull that in. And there we go. Let's see. Give me a hot minute here. I forgot something in my setup. One moment. Right then. Sorry about that. It's not a stream without scuff. uh, okay. Trying to put my headphones on for a moment. Okay. I think we're doing pretty good for the cat tail shape language. Depending on where someone's going to put the cat. Might turn this way, might turn that way. I think we're pretty good, but I want to try this. And maybe moving this down a little. Okay. I think we'll go with this. So Mia, I'm going to see if I can do this in a very simple way. So we're going to apply the subdiv, and what that's going to do is give us far, far too many lines going down the tail. However, since we had marked one, I was able to tell easily which ones to delete. So I'm just going to select all the other ones that are the opposite of the one that I selected. Because remember, we just wanted the subdivision to take care of the vertices going down the tail, not the ones going across it. So we're going to take those and dissolve edges. And there we have it. A nice tail. We can join these together again. And then I'm going to turn on vertex snapping and the weld so that I can make sure all the normals are right. Hello? Oh, include active. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why include active wasn't selected. Don't seem to remember turning that feature off. Oh well, go figure. So we're just gonna quickly let Blender snap the vertices together and weld them for us. Nice and simple. And be sure to turn this off. I'm going to turn this back to face. The setting I like to keep it at. I'm going to turn off the welding. And I think for this last one, we're just going to hit G twice and slide it. Maybe this one too. I'm just sliding them back and forth so that it's a little smoother. I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to hit it with a little bit of smooth using the smooth brush. And say, well, not same for that one. I'm just going to pull this in a little bit. Now, the normals may look a little off here, but we're not really all that concerned about it. Recalculate. Because after all, this is going to be textured. And it's not going to be using any ambient occlusion or anything like that. So, this should be fine. And most people aren't going to be staring at the cat's hind for very long. So we're going to finish off our tail here. No need to extrude. We're going to grab these two bits right here, fuse them, add a loop cut. Let's go from the top. Over here. Control B to bevel. Okay. And we're slowly going to connect these together. Trying to maintain a bit of a circular shape. Alright. So according to this, I need two pieces going this way, because I want to equate the 1, 2, 3 over here, so that I can actually make sure that we have enough vertices in topology to work with. So I just grabbed those and I scaled them out, so scale them on the Z. Because we're working rather two-dimensionally at the moment. Which is, it's fine. We just have to make sure that we're doing it right. Scale those out a little bit. Okay, let's try to get this a little bit more in the center. Okay. Where is that again? So I'm gonna hold Alt and click here. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure the normals are calculated properly. We can turn off our X-ray now. We don't really need it at the moment. Hello, normals. What are you doing? Ah! Sometimes when your normals are messed up, you just really have to check. Make sure your verts are right. So merge by distance. There we go on that front. Oh, it seems all of these have that. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna merge by distance and move 14. Okay, we're good. Crisis averted. Okay, so I'm gonna alt left click this, and you'll select all of these edges here. And then I'm going to right click and use a new add-on that I found. Quick fillet. Ah, it needs to be even. Well then, that's a bit of a bummer. We would need more. in here. That's fine. Not extrude. We could do it ourselves. Ah, okay, that's why it had to be. This is fine. So, I think I'm going to merge these together at the center. Seeing as we can't keep the topology even at the moment. Just gonna slowly work our way around. Joining and fusing together. We'll probably end up using the smooth tool to fix the tail tip, so we're not too concerned by it not being 100% right at the moment. This one, that one, that one. When you use the join function, you want to make sure that you're selecting them in the order you want them to join, which is why I'm being so particular with which ones I select. Okay. Let's go out here, Control plus a couple of times, and hit it with the smooth tool. Gonna add another loop in here. There, we're getting smooth. I think we'll turn on proportional editing. Slightly affect some of this to give the tail back some of its roundness. Okay. We'll that kind of move it over. I'm trying to line up the tail again, or line up all of the individual edges with each other. A little bit of proportional editing. And then I think I'll hit them with the smooth again, just a little bit. Hit the end of this tail with the smooth and pull this one down a little bit by using G twice. That gives us a nice smooth tail. Forget whether the lighting doing this is because the current shader, or the current, there's no current material on the mesh itself, so it's trying to use ambient occlusion, which is not a part of any anything that we are actively going to be using. So we're going to make a new shader for our cat. BSDF can bugger off. Actually, no, we do need BSDF. For the time being. And we need to use Control T, and Node Wrangler will create an image for us. So the way you get light to stop affecting a model is you essentially turn on the emission to 1, and the lighting scenario will no longer affect the model. It will always remain lit. And you control the color via the same image texture you plug the base color into. But for the time being, since we're going to be painting the cat, we're just going to leave this open but not touch it. we do need a new image. Not open. New. We're going to generate one. Jack. Oh, Neko. Cat. Texture. Hold on. Cat. Diffuse. Let's use the proper terminology. And just to make sure that we don't lag people's computers, we're going to only use a 2K texture map. I think that's fine. Okay, last check. We want to make sure that the silhouette of our cat is okay. Not necessarily recommended for a model that's going to properly animate, but normal, because basically what we want to do is to create another loop in here. But I don't really want to wrestle with all of that additional topology. People are already going to have very topologically heavy models. And because this cat is mostly just going to sit here, I'm just going to come in here and inset the chest area. More than that. So that way I can pull it out and smooth it out. And that gives our chest, our little feline's chest, a little more roundness. Slide that down a little bit. Grab this area here. Slide that up a little. Okay. So the only thing that I'm concerned about right now, turn on X mirroring. Is that going to affect the other side? No, okay. If this ends up happening, what you want to do is to grab every vertice going down the center. Oh, no. Okay, we can't do that because we have to separate the tail again. So I'm going to grab this edge. Because what we're about to do is activate a mirror modifier again. So we get the tail to go away. Every vert along the edge. There we go. And one and hide them. That way we can get rid of an entire section and then Alt-H to unhide, and we will apply mirror modifier once more. Ah. Okay. And our mirror object is the pumpkin. In this instance, I have to make sure that that's set. Snap. Cursor to world origin. Go back there. Oh. Sorry, getting a drink of water. Okay, so now at the very least our edits will be mirrored. What I want to do is fix up this cat paw a little by grabbing those four and pulling it back. Let's go ahead and grab this end and smooth it a little. Because the back end of a cat's paw is not so rigid. It's a lot more flexible. Pull that forward. Smooth that out. There we go. So right now we're just kind of fixing up a bit of the shape language that we have in here. Let's see. So we want the paws to be pretty smooth, I would say. Maybe pull this forward. How are we looking? Pretty good so far. Maybe make this go in a little more. Oop. When you're doing double G, make sure that you're affecting the exact direction you want to affect. And no other direction. Gonna have to hold that down. Not that one. That one there. And smooth that one in particular. Okay. We have simple geometry here, but it's fine. Our little cat friend will survive. And let's take this viewport into account. We can see a little more. I think this needs to move in a little. Okay. And what is going on here? Ah. In this instance, what we want to do is tell the program exactly what direction we want the because the way it renders all of these cubes as, well, triangles, and it's deciding the direction to place the triangle on its own. But if we put one in there, we're demanding that it renders it the way we want, and that will give us a specific look. Oh, phone. Well, it's not going to be animated. The back end won't be animated, and the normals won't affect it all that much. Because at the end of the day, it's, you know, mostly going to look like this. Okay, outside of that, was there anything else that we need to change before we take off our mirror modifier? Yes. Let's fix up the nose shape. Let's join this anyway. Make sure it doesn't render in a wrong way. Okay. Probably move this in a little bit more. Because, well, the face is not going to be visible. I'd like to at least have a little bit of something in there for people to use if they wanted to. And on that note, I'm going to extrude a mouth in here. Pull it far back so I can scale it on the Y at 0. Scale on this end. Oh. We'll fix this once we apply the mirror modifier. But for now, I just want to scale it in a little bit. And just kind of slide these out. See, that's a single vert. Okay. We can work with that. And now to fix the eye region. This and pull it out. Just slowly but surely we'll fix what the subdivision surface has done. Let's get some proportional editing out here. So right now, I want to create the shape of an eyeball. So we're just going to go for the average circle. Turn that off. It's a very careful process for certain. The closer we get on these external bits, the better off we'll be. Because every bit will lead into each other. Okay. Just nice and slowly bring everything out. What I can do is double G this and try to even out the overall shape. Okay, I think I might want to take this into sculpt mode. That way I can use the inflate brush. Now, with this technique, you really want to make sure that you're not hitting the interior part of the eye. That will get fixed up in a bit. So I'm just inflating and smoothing. Anything but the interior part. You can also use the G key to bring out the grab brush to pull things out manually. If that's the case, then I'm going to pull these back into shape. Nice and easy. Now, I'm using the grab brush here because it's, well, it's more difficult to line up sometimes. Sometimes you can get, like on the edge here, you can move the two verts at the same time and try to get your shape back. See, that part makes it a little harder. So we're just going to go back into vert editing. Oh, let's not clip through everything. We'll pull this part far forward. So I just want to have the eyes closed so that anyone who wants to turn the cat model into something they can use, at the very least will have a decent eyes closed to work with. Granted, this is technically unnecessary for the thing that we're going for. But I like being nice. Because we're going for a cat with a pumpkin on its head. We don't really need this to look very good or to be functional. But I'd rather give out an asset that is a little more versatile than just a one-trick thing. As much as I like our trash waifu crown that I made. It's certainly a one-trick asset. Okay. And you just kind of pull these together. Make sure they're very close together, but not overlapping. Trying to go for that crescent moon blink. You know, the semicircle. Yeah. Think that will do. Also, my apologies for Servibot up there. Had a bit of an issue while I was offline with some not so savory individuals trying to post links, bots if you will. So I had to go in and add Servibot, and it didn't want to enable till stream started, which was a little weird. I get it, but didn't really have time to figure out how to remove the message. Such is stream life. Live by the scuff, die by the scuff. Alright, let's see if proportional editing now will take us a majority of the way there. Just nice and gently trying to even out the area. Okay. And I think this one, in particular, can be pushed in a little and then smoothed. Because we need something that gives us a bit of that eye socket. I think the eyelid itself is in a good spot, so I'm going to go back into scope mode and turn on inflate. And I have inflate strength set to 0.5, but if it's too much for you, then you can always turn it down. At the end of the day, how you get to the results is irrelevant. The tools by which you use do not matter. It's how you use them. Smooth this outer section out a little more. I think we're nearly there. Nearly. I might want to drag this in a little. Make it so that we affect less. And just kind of take my time pulling these in. Gotta be careful when you're pulling these things in. You can easily offset. Okay, pulling out the eyelash a little more. Okay, not not perfect, but this should give enough to work with. Let me go ahead and pull this down a little bit more. I think I'll add another loop in there. Yeah, let's add another loop. So this loop will give us the rest of the shape of the eye. Or what we can do is grab this one and bevel it. And then slide this one out to the position. And that maintains the shape. So for this bottom piece, I'm probably going to slide that out. So far, so good. Maybe pull down this area a little bit where the cheekbone meets it. Give a little bit more breathing room to that area. Save real quick. And let's go back to inflate. Nice and gentle. There we are. Get the eye edge to be in the right spot. Scale down on proportional, and there. I think that's okay. That should be alright for now. So, save real quick. I'm going to grab this edge, and I'm going to extrude it on the inside of the body. Just to give people enough to work with for the eye itself. And from here, we're going to turn that into a circle. Let me turn off this for a moment. And that looks a little crazy, but we're going to pull it in, scale it down. We're going to mess around with it. Oh, hello. I don't know. Oh, hold on. It's being affected by the clipping. If that happens to you, just turn off clipping for a moment. It's sometimes it can be hard to tell what's being affected by different things in Blender. We're just gonna have to experiment a little, really. Okay, from here I'm going to add an edge and slide it down and then just scale it out. No, in no particular direction, just scale it a little bit And then slide it a little further. And there you have an inner eyelid. It's important to have that because we really need to have control over, like, complete control over the eye. So we're just going to smooth it a little. Pull it in a little. We want it to be very close, like this close. And the reason being is this is going to be kind of like a supporting loop to let us know that the... Yeah, scale it out a little bit more. It's a supporting loop to let us know that we shouldn't be too far off between this vert and this vert. They're overlapping at the moment. Or say, like these two right here, shouldn't be too far away from each other under any circumstances. It also lets us do what we have here, which is clipping them together. It's a very common thing to close when you close the eyelids of a character, that you might end up having a clipping vertice here or there, and it'll help create the complete look of the eye being closed, rather than having a little bit of opening in there. That's why you might see a few eyes where there's a little bit of bleeding colors on the inside, just a tiny bit, maybe a pixel or two. Just to make sure that when you close the eyes, this little clipping edge here, which we can kind of fix a little bit. There we go. Let me grab that entire edge. This also makes it a lot easier to animate, because if I were to grab this section here and go to connected only, I can actually grab this little edge and pull up the eye like this. See? Easier. Turn that off. So with that in place, I'm going to try to even this out a little bit. Alright. We don't really want the edge of the eye here to be too far past the very edge that it's supposed to be using. So we're going to kindly move these in. Sometimes when you're using double G, things can slide around in ways that you're not quite expecting. Okay. Gonna line this up a little. Make it a little neater. Because we don't want it too hard to understand what's going on. And I'll scale this down more. Pull that in. There we go. Okay, that will be one loop. And then this one will be significantly bigger. I think I want to have this one as the perfect circle. That way I can go between, I can slide this loop in between the original shape and the circular shape. And then kind of scale it on the Z a little bit. Maybe a little more. Rotate. And just trying to get the eyeball in a good spot. we go. Nice. And from here, let's close it off. Add 2 faces in there. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. And inside of here, we're not really concerned about it becoming a triangle. There we go. So I'm just going to offset the shape a bit into somewhat of what we want. And then I'll grab all of that and hit it with the smooth, just to make sure that it gets that circular shape we're looking for. This is somewhat oval. That should allow for enough eye control. Typically, I'd like to make it more circular, but this isn't really a human model, so it's a little more difficult to get more of a circular shape here. You can always do this and scale via proportional editing. Because we assume that eyeball is supposed to be smaller. Let's go ahead and move it manually. Well, there's one trick we can do. If you don't want to affect the exterior, what we can do is grab this edge here, Control plus, one more time, and then we can go to 1 and hide these. And now the only thing we can affect, because we're only affecting things that are connected, well, it doesn't count things that are hidden. So I'm going to grab these 2 edges, and we're just going to scale them in a bit. And then Alt-H, and we're good. Slide that down. There we go. Just a little bit of something. Nothing too complex. Just making sure that it's a decent shape. Okay. So from here, we want to apply the mirror modifier. Oh, hold on, make sure the clipping's on. We don't want things to clip. There we go. So it welds all of our vertices together. At this time, I'm going to grab this section of the back of the head, just Control plus a couple of times and hide it. So we can work on the mouth. Just going to circle that. Scale it in really far, but not super far. We need to make sure that the edges are okay. Scale it down this end. And just like the eyes, we want to make sure that we have a bit of a lip in here. Yep. Tiny bit of one. And extrude across the Y again. Okay, can you circle in the right direction, please? It's not. Okay, we'll just work our way around that. There. And there. And usual protocol. Fill this in. How many have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, we're gonna do 6. That'd be good. Let's go ahead and try to make sure that this is going to be okay. There we go. The reason why we're going to do this one like this is because we want to make sure that if we're going to add more verts to the body, it's going to flow properly. Maybe we will fix the eye for that. I'm not sure. Let's check the flow. That's okay. That's okay. Oh. Interesting. So the top eyeball, well, the top eyelid is not in the right spot. Okay. So, had a bit of a hiccup there, because we want the top lid to line up properly. Uh-oh. Come on. Okay, so this one needs to be the bottom, which is here. This one needs to be the top. It looks a little funky, but let's see. What are we seeing right now? Yeah, it'll be fine in animation. Okay. It's because the lids are crossing that we're getting this weird effect. Normally, if you model the eyes open, you wouldn't have to do this. Okay, so it looks like it's picking the right things now. Yeah. Okay. The reason why we had to go back and change that is because if I were to grab this and go over here, pull the eye open, now you could see it's moving properly. It's what you would expect. But the other side, which we're going to have to bring back the mirror modifier, had a bit of an issue. See? It didn't really want to fill properly. It's just fine. I'd rather find out about that now. Alt-H. We need all the verts here present before we decide to mess with the modifier and delete things. Okay, grab that. No, not separate. Delete. Alt H. On keeping. And to fix this, we need to bring our pumpkin head back. And there we are. Don't worry about the normals, we can fix that easy. It's just here, normals, and then reset vectors. Done. Nice and simple. Okay, we won't worry about that. So let's get back in here and... yeah. Our mouth didn't have that problem because it wasn't clipping at the time. Sometimes I don't know what Blender is thinking. Ah, topology mirror. There we go. Make sure topology mirror is on. Sometimes. It depends on your model. It depends on what you're working on. But there are times in which you want it on and times in which you want it off. And Blender just randomly decides which time that is. But that's the nature of playing around with modeling in general. The one thing you want to avoid is you can't apply any modifiers the moment you add shape keys. So you want to make sure by the time you get to that phase of making a model, you're already done with all your modifiers, aside from the armature. Which you're not going to apply the armature in any way, it's just going to be exported to wherever it needs to be. Okay, so we've got the eyes in. Let me make sure that everything's okay. Ah, yes. Let's hide that. We've yet to make the curvature in the mouth. Let's do that. Okay, grab this edge here. And then make it nice and smooth. We're gonna scale it up, smooth it again. Because the back of the mouth is the largest part. Oh, hello. Why did you not mirror properly? How interesting. What edit was that? Huh. No idea. We'll fix it up in a minute. Welcome to the somewhat glory and nightmare that is working in 3D. Control B. Just add a little bit more control in here. All right. Alt H. And we're back to messing with the mirror modifier. Unmask, generate, mirror, pumpkin, no clipping, and apply. Because we don't have X mirroring on right now, one of the edits that I did might have grabbed this particular part of the face and, well, you know what happened. Alright. Ah, yes. We're done messing around in the head region of the cat. We can actually combine these two back together again. And I don't need to grab all those votes that way. I can just go here and then merge by distance, and we're good to go. You do have to be careful when you decide to grab a whole bunch of vertices and merge by distance, because especially if you're like in the X-ray mode like this, you can end up grabbing things way across the mesh over here, and it's not very good. Things can tend to go wrong, so be very careful. Ah, yes. Normals. Reset. One last check on the cat. Everything seems to be okay, except for what's going on over here. This is why we check. Let me go ahead and hide this, get in here and see what's going on. Nothing. Okay. So, they seem to be overlapping, so let's grab all of this and merge by distance. And, yep. Sometimes when you merge things together, you have to make sure the normals are okay. This is why we're checking. Make sure little cat friend is okay across the board. Not really concerned with the fact that we could probably use a little bit more geometry down in here. We just want to make sure that the overall shape is okay. Which, that is good, but this one is not. You can see it if I look that way, but if I join like this, then it's fixed. And because it's like this, if the part were to be animated, it would maintain this arrangement. You don't want to do this if you're trying to... Sorry about that. You don't want to try to subdivide the mesh. But I think we're past that point. Good. So cat is all good. Let's save. Cat has its own material. Pumpkin is good. Outside of making the carving have a better texture. So for that, I'm going to grab this part. All of this. And what we are going... Oh, hello! I don't know what happened to both of you. Link, control minus. Oh, that seems to be working. Okay, let's grab these faces here. Don't know what's going on with them. I'm going to smooth them out and then copy this value and use it on the other side. Turn off X mirroring. Ah, okay. Smooth a little too much. Paste the value in there. That should be good to go. Good. Alright. Regularly scheduled programming. Save this. We're going to go into 3 view. The reason why we're selecting that is because we're going to go into the UV editor. And we are going to export the UV layout. And label it UV. Going to put it over there. Because we're going to take this pumpkin carving mask, if you will, and turn it into this image and turn it into the texture. So image, save as 16 kilobyte depth, put it over there. And let's see. I'm going to go to the image editor. And let's go to texture paint. We're going to make sure. Okay, yes, we're texture painting. What we want to do is add a bit of color to the edge of this. That way we can see what we're doing. It doesn't have to be perfect. I just want to have a general idea of where the color is going to be. Image. Save. I know it looks a little off right now, but it's fine. It's fine. Something, fix it in post. Okay. So that's how that goes, is it? Judging from the picture, we are seeing that the shadow is a bit offset due to how the pumpkin is carved. So let's keep that in mind as we move ourselves onward and over to Clip Paint Studio. So I will bring us on over to the BRB screen temporarily while I reconfigure. I shall see you in a bit. Okay, everything should be set up. Oh! One hot second, I've got to move my camera. Might be a bit jittery for a moment. Let me move this over here. It's okay. Move my configuration. And calibrate. How are we looking? Okay. Looking good. Sorry about that. First time configuring this around so that I can actually draw. Okay. So for this particular setup, what I want to do is... Let's see. Where is copy? I might have to use my keyboard. My apologies if you can't exactly... if it sounds like I'm away, I can't move my mic from this setup. So we are going to copy this, and we are going to move it into here. Because we kind of need that. And we need to grab some colors from here. So I'm going to grab this color. Oop. Go ahead and put it down there. I'm going to add the whole color range of the pumpkin in here. And we're going to start off over here. Okay. So let's turn that off, add a new layer. Turn down the opacity of our UV map so we can see a little bit more of what we're doing. Now, when it comes to the actual full texture of this, I'm going to be modifying it and adding it with the render. What that means is I'm going to be cropping out any bleed over colors like that in post when I just go ahead and render out all the pumpkin textures. So, for the time being, increase our brush size, and we're just going to go to town. Just gonna haphazardly fill in over here. This will just be a base layer. Not too concerned with it. I do everything I can in Blender, and, well, there's a lot you can and can't do, but when it comes to making textures, sometimes you just kind of have to bring it over into a program that can do it slightly better. Granted, there's the add-on UCU Paint that I could be using, but, well, the Paint Studio is always going to outshine a drawing program, and a one that's been dedicated for years to doing it is always going to outshine, at least I would imagine so. Okay. Scale that down. And add a new layer. So this is what you could consider the mask layer that we'll be working with. And let's see. This next color is going to be a majority of the filling. I can do that. So we're just going to come in here. We're going to do one of the eyes and duplicate the other over. I tried doing this in Blender's built-in program, but the blur tool is... ooh. It's not good. Now, we're not trying to get an exact replica. We can afford to bleed that over. I think I like it covering the entire top part here. Yeah, let's color this in real quick. How does it end? Ends on a curve. What's the interior? So the interior ends on a flat. So let's go ahead and get that in there. And erase a little. Hello, me. I love using the wrong layer. It's fantastic. You can tell it's been a while. It's fine. Okay, right layer, please. And we'll just use nice, big, sweeping motions this time around. There we go. Now we have a general idea of where we're going. I'm not that concerned about bleed over, but I'd like to limit the exterior bleed over as much as I can. Okay, let's turn this off for a moment. Trying to see what we're working with. We're going to be swapping back and forth between turning our UV layer on and off. We'll just turn down the opacity. Okay, and we need a bit of a sharp incline up here, leading to a complete cutoff. I can do that. And it looks like the curve goes a little higher up. Fascinating. It's going to be mostly blended by the end of this, so I'm not that concerned. Yay. I think that's good enough for the eye. So we're just going to blend. At least for this part. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of what's here, but I kind of want to have the light source be a little more dead on. We'll have to see. So if the light source is more dead on, paint it like this. Because of the clear dividing line, I'm going to erase on that dividing line and just mirror over. Let's get nice and in there. Maybe curve a little more. A bit more of a curve. A little bit more of a cut off. Okay, we'll have to see how that looks. And we're going to use a little trick to erase. We're using a straight line with no anti-aliasing and holding shift to straighten out the line. Okay. Yep. That leads into a point. Grab a curve. Just kind of define a little bit more of a curve in there. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Just gonna get rid of any remaining orange in there. Because we want this golden yellow to take control of the middle section. Okay. So from here, what I would like to do I would like to Control C and Control V just in case. Turn this one on. And now we're going to take the far superior blend tool in this program. Let's do the blur tool. Maybe not that intense. Size smaller? No. Blue. Turn down the brush density. Because we want it slightly blurred. There we go. Just feather dust it in there. And same for this side. Where's the blur need to be? Over here. Try not to take too long on this process, but since I can't procedurally shade this, to get it right this time in this program. Alright, the other one doesn't need to be blurred. Next layer. Looks like we have highlight layer. Okay. Soft airbrush might do the trick on a soft light. Let's try this. Hard light. How are we looking? Hard light. Lightly paint where I think the light should be. And we will change the size. A little further. Not too much. We don't want it to get to pure white state. Change the size again. A little too big. Okay. So, lightly dust the edge with an erase using the soft airbrush. Fine. Okay. Feel as though this needs to be a bit brighter in the top. Let's brighten up the center a bit and then kind of smooth it out. I think the layer below needs a little bit more blending, so the soft light won't do it. Let's go to actual blend tool. Is that enough? There's still a defined line in there, just not quite as defined. And I think I might do a bit of darkening dusting on the outside edge. Okay. Okay, that seems to be good so far. Grab the darkest color. And this, and then I think under the hard light we'll add a new layer. Let's see what darken does. Ooh, okay, well let's add black. Let's multiply. Is that fine? No. Ah, okay. We might have something here. Ah, there we go. Okay, okay. Turn this back on to make sure that I'm staying inside the line. And we'll move the darken layer below layer 2. That way, no matter what we do, it won't affect the above layer. We don't need that. Bigger. I swear that was okay. Okay, well, we'll grab a brown. Maybe not that kind of brown. Well, maybe we can grab something here. Maybe on the outer edge is a different color. that I'm seeing. Let's grab a normal. Hmm. Sometimes I mix these up. Okay, let's add color there, and we'll scroll through these options to see if we can get anything that can help. That's a lighter color. Hmm. Overlay. Overlay is an option. We would use it to draw in the line. Soft light seems to be an option if we turn down the opacity. Saturation, color, brightness. Oh, it seems to change something. Let's not see. Okay. I think the option will be overlay. And we're going to erase what we have, and then let's increase the brush size quite a bit. And I'm just going to add a nice faint hue in here. We'll worry about how faint it is after we get the overlay down to the opacity it's going to have. Okay. Now that that's nice and in there, let's mess around with opacity the overlay. 59 seems pretty good. It'll let me go a little harder. Yeah. I think we're gonna go with this. Just to make it a little bit warmer on the inside. Because subsurface scattering of the flesh itself would probably add some form of tint to the very edge, and it kind of does. See a little bit in there. So we're just gonna pretend like we have our own form of subsurface scattering. Because it's under the yellow layer, we don't have to really concern ourselves with going over yellow. And if I were to, say, do a bit of blurring in here, so that the line was a little bit less visible. I think we might have a winner. Alright then. Mixing our own homebrew on this part. A little bit of fixes here, a little bit of touch-ups there. Let's add it on here. That way we have a nice transition going. Because color without transition feels too deliberate an organic piece. And just like that. We've added a little more life to the piece. Naturally, I have to make sure the edges are not covered up for when we rasterize this. A little more blending in there. Some more here. I think we might add a little more. Yes. We might add a little more hard light in the top of the eye, or in the eye itself. Ah, there we are. Nice glow. Get in here. This area. And where is it? Overlay layer. So we need to make sure that this line is clear. None shall pass! And the hard light needs a little bit more reeling in the edges of our piece. Okay. So, let me save this, and we shall check what the piece looks like in Blender. Image. Reload. Hello? Blender? Are you alright? Oh, right. This into that, into one. We don't need the color ramp anymore. Interesting. We add metallic in there. Does that fix it? No. Okay, I think we need a little bit more definition over here. Hold on, let me make sure you're seeing the right thing. Ah, yes. Second. There we are. Yeah. So back in Blender, we have a little bit of an issue going on with the edge over here, and from what it seems like, we may just have to make it a bit darker. I think we might need to go darker on this edge. Yeah, I might need to run all of the color palette through something much darker. Alright. I think we can do that. Let's see about adding a filter then, shall we? Let's add an overlay. Whole thing. I'm gonna paint it black. Ooh. This might leave us a bit warmer. Okay. Shall we check? Alright, Blender, how are we looking? Image editor. This is the usual back and forth that ends up happening when you're making models in Blender. So, reload this. Ah. I think we are darker. Turn the emission down. Oh. Okay. That might be our problem. Let me go ahead and try saving it again, and we'll reload it in Blender. I'm not going to switch this time. I'm just going to save it already, so reload. Interesting. Something tells me that the color scape that is used inside of Blender is wildly different inside the program. If I were to plug this into the emissive and then drag this up, okay. That is certainly something different. I wonder why the color is so wildly different. It probably has something to do with the emissive. I'm going to turn off the hard light and reload it. I didn't see a difference. Huh. Okay, let's turn that back down to 0. This is quite the weird phenomenon. Okay. Turn that back on. So that did change it a bit. Okay. What we're going to do is move the camera back over. My apologies for the scuff. And we're going to play around with what we have inside of Blender to see if we can get better settings. Calibrate myself real quick. How are we looking? Okay, we're looking good. Alright, back inside of Blender. Let's see what we can do about this shader. From the look of things, we are getting the color that we wanted. But if we look at Clip Studio, it looks a lot better. The color grading is somewhat off. Shader, diffuse. Let's run it through a diffuse shader. Definitely not used to this. Interesting. And I think that's the normals, yes. Are the normals playing a trick on me? That's the question. I don't think they are. Okay, let's go ahead and bring the principled BSDF back. And we're going to change the emission color to white. Can we multiply it through here? Sometimes this can happen whenever you're doing texture work, and trying to unify the colors between the programs can sometimes end up being less than ideal. Okay. That seems to be all right. Is that an emission strength of 1? It should be rendered as is. Huh. Go figure. Okay. Let's see if we can... where is it? Converter, shader, color ramp. We're going to plug this into a color ramp. And we're going to color catch the individual values. Let's see if that changes anything. No. Not so much. If anything, it makes it murkier. What an interesting scenario. Okay, let me try exporting. Oh? What is going on? Okay. Let's export that. And I'm going to open up this version. There's virtually no difference. Not used to this. Alright. If you want to play this way, I think there might be something we can do. I am curious. Is it the lights messing with me? It might very well be. Let's see. Where is this? It's on the third down. Ah, okay. Just gonna quickly here fix that little tiny issue. One. Whoops. Try again. Accidentally save the UV map over. Let's not do that. Image editor and reload. I think we might keep the difference on there. Yeah. There's an overlay that I have on that's pure black that seems to be giving us slightly better results. Let's see. It's so bizarre that I could see the colors more clearly in the other program. We're probably going to have to use a more varied color palette, which is kind of a bizarre thought, but no time like the present to experiment, I guess. Let's turn Clickbait Studio back on. Hey, currently we're struggling with, Clickbait Studio looks like this. When I paint the eye texture, it looks great. But then, Belinda's not catching it. Just having fun today. I swap back and forth between that voice and the fancy voice. It's just fun. Just a bit of fun. But you can see the problem, right? The texture looks right, but it's not catching. And I'm not doing anything bizarre. Even when I turn emission off, it still doesn't quite look like what I have. I can't figure out why. should make a monocle toggle. Don't tempt me. I might just end up making a Markiplier mustache and glasses. Oh, dwarf stash here. But yes, Very, do you have any idea what could be going on? Why Blender isn't actually doing things properly? So let's take it on over here. World lighting, sea lighting is off. Because clearly we can tell the difference between, you know, the lights and darks in the image, but when we look at Blender, it's barely noticeable. I think might just need to turn on clip paint and turn clip paint back on and just kind of mess with the colors. Because color matching isn't helping us at this point. Alright. Well, scuff is scuff. Back we go, I guess. Follow me, gents. While I reconfigure myself and move my camera over. We enjoy a bit of scuff in this stream. Okay, let me recalibrate. Okay. Because my desk isn't exactly the biggest thing in the world, I have to move things around to get to different places. But that's neither here nor there. Back on the hard light. Let us erase. Textures definitely appear shinier. Yes, I don't know what's going on. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not used to this. It's an issue I haven't run into before. Just gonna get rid of some of that shine bleed over. I didn't realize was there. Okay. So our hard light. Ah, let's go with add glow. That's a lot crazier. And we'll go in with a light eraser and see what ends up happening. Brush density, go far down so that we can erase this a little bit at a time. This might end up saving it, but I don't quite 100% know. Experiment, I guess. Just gonna add a degree of separation in here to all of the points. Man, gotta love when you're doing really important things like trying to run a stream, and your programs that have worked just fine for years just decide to fuck with you. Chuckles, I'm in danger. Okay, let's go ahead and add a blur in here and see if this changed anything. Let's drastically increase the brush intensity. So it might have been the layers that I was using. If this doesn't end up working, then we're gonna have to load this up in 3D Code, because I know that doesn't have problems. Alright. And then grab the blur and let's kind of fingertip this over to connecting again. Or can we blur it over? No, we can't. Blend. Interesting. Alright. We can probably do this. A little too dense. Just kind of feather that in there. Brush density on my blend is not. Oh. Blur. Turn that down. Okay, so this should have a drastic color difference. Especially if I turn off this overlay layer. So let me go ahead and save this. And Blender image reload. Okay, we've gotten somewhere. It's not 100% there, but we can do this. And I think this might be the layer to get us there, the add glow. So if I were to take soft eraser once more, I think what I need to do is run it over the entire thing. Wait. Okay, I have an idea. Might be really good. This might be really bad. So then if I were to kind of dust a bit of the glow back in to the center region, and then rasterize this, I might be able to get what we're looking for, which is a bit of a better transition than what's currently going on. Alright. Just add a little bit of the glow back in here. Put it on the right side. We're definitely learning things here today, that's for certain. I'll be honest, I'm not really experienced with texturing. Currently working on breaking that reliance on using Blender on its own, though. Yeah. There's also UCU Paint, as I was mentioned earlier, a different program that you can actually use. It's not really not a different program. It's an add-on for Blender, and essentially it lets you paint in Blender in layers. So much like this, just probably not as much features. All right. There's. It is already considered a raster layer. That's not good. Can't Rasterize it. Well, let's see if blend can help us here. Painterly blend? Wait. I can do it to the edges only. We might have something. Come on. Give us the transition we're looking for. Off on us. Gonna lightly erase a little bit of the exterior. Make sure that we're getting a little bit of that golden hue in there. Probably should rely on emissive texture. Yeah, I tried procedural with this, and it didn't want to work out the way I wanted to. That's how I ended up hurting myself on Saturday. Trying to see what kind of way I could get this to work with an emissive, and... Oh, not emissive, but what way I could get this to work with, in general, with procedural shading, and it didn't want to go. I wish it did, but it didn't. Sometimes procedural just can't do what you want. Then blur around here. Ooh, okay, okay. That's duly noted. So Painterly seems to be good at creating enough of an edge difference between the glow layers, which allows us then to use the basic blend. So then our basic blur. Yep, yep. Okay. I think we have something here. Not exactly the perfect texturing experience I was going for, but 3D work do be that way. Definitely need to learn how to draw at some point. Yeah, the funny thing is, I can't actually draw, like, characters. So concept arts and stuff like that, I don't do good with. But textures, I can do that all day. And I don't know why. It's a weird phenomenon, to be sure. Okay. So it's a little on the blown out side, but if Blender wants to play that way, then I don't see a reason why we shouldn't. Okay, bring us back over to Blender, image, reload. And there is a visible difference. So if I were to then connect it to the emissive with a value of, let's say, 0.5, you can still see a difference. Let's go with 0.3. So So I think what I want to do is, I think the bottom one is fine over here. Just need to duplicate it over. Definitely probably add some more color, a darker color on the edge here, or maybe add more of that orange hue on the very edge here for a better transition. Not too concerned about the outer edge here, because I'm just going to borrow the active color from over here. But the eye area, I need to bring this down. I'm happy, though. We're pretty close. You seem to at least be a good idea of 2D shading. Yeah, that's literally almost all of it. The knowledge that you would need to get this done. So I'm just going to use some light taps of the fingertip blend, because that should pull the region out more. And it seems to be doing pretty good if I touch the areas where it's blending. Actually, hold on. With some light finger work and a few careful strokes, we could probably blend this a little bit better. Okay. This over. Here a little. Kind of want to connect these two bits here. This right side isn't supposed to have a shadow in it, so far so good. All things considered. Whoop, whoop. Zoom out, please. I think it's okay if it's a little bit cloudy or uneven a little, because of how it's supposed to be like a pumpkin and things are supposed to be shining through, and you know, just a bit of subsurface scattering and it's supposed to be occurring randomly throughout this whole thing, so if it's not 100% perfect on the eye texture, then we tend to get a little more character. By perfect, I mean the lines aren't 100% straight on the glow effect. Let's see. And this? What does wet? Okay, not wet. Texture? No, not that. Just trying out different brushes. Sometimes you kind of have to. Gotta make sure you're using the right thing for the right job. We're gonna soft erase in this area down here. Gonna max out the brush density again. let's see. Where is that? That's the overlay layer, correct? Yes. We're gonna try blending that together as well. That's not blended well enough over here. Yep. And fingertip blend the glow layer again. Well, actually, hold on. We could probably soft paint the rest of it. Just a really light setting. Very, very light. Barely touching. Just tap, tap, tap. Like really feather dusting it. There should be less shading on this side. And more of a sheen. Ooh, that's nice. With a good transition going on top. Yeah. Okay, and where is our blur? Let's do the painterly blur. This blur. Followed by a soft erase. Gotta get that edge back. Some more regular blur. And turn down the brush density so we can kind of erase a little more of that glow down near the edge. Because, well, from what we saw, Blender didn't really like it when we had too much of a glow going throughout the whole thing. Okay, which of you is that? Ah. I'm gonna lightly fingertip this over here. Fingertip is kind of like blending. It's basically somewhat pulling the color over, but in a gradient. So that's why we're using it for this purpose. And we're just trying to pull the shine a little bit over while also blurring it a bit. That's why it's in the blend category. Okay, this is gonna be the hard part. We might be able to do it with that light, delicate brushing I'm talking about. Especially if I turn this way down, the brush size way down, and just try to get that hard white light. Because if we get the hard white in, we can essentially, like, very delicately brush in the rest of it. Okay. Not too much on the brush size. Gently. Gently. Bob Ross our way around the painting. Paint the trees. Paint the trees burning. Wait. Wrong Bob Ross painting. Watch as they go up in flames. Can you imagine? Bob Ross, but he's just, like, really messed up in the head. Like, he just had a really, really bad week. And he's just like, and then the cars caught on fire, the world ended, and all was good. It's like, dude, you okay? You sure you want to be on air right now? Oh, just the right fucking song to come on when I'm talking about psychotic Bob Ross. Tis the season to be spooky, and nothing scarier than a man who typically is all for environmental protection, who was all for environmental protection and being a good person, and just losing it, losing it on air. Okay, a little bit more of the light brushing work up top here. Just add a bit more of that glow up there. Okay. Just gonna erase this side some more. We're erasing this side so we can duplicate, we can basically combine all the upper layers and then duplicate it over. Because there's no, like, pure symmetry functionality in here, in clip paint, that can go across very specific parts. It's just got a much better blend feature set than Blender does. Do I want to brush it? Yeah, let's brush it. Very light. Just try to get that right in there. Really gotta paint the terror in the eyes. Okay. Think we might be good. Let's save that. Come on, Blender. Work with me here. Let's bring us back over to Blender and image. Reload. Okay. So this is good. But I'm going to have to take a soft erase through quite a bit, I think. Maybe around the edges of where the white is. Or I could chalk it up to a Blender issue and just continue. Because I don't think Unity's going to have this problem. With the color not displaying really well. Definitely something I'm going to have to experiment with and see what the best possible scenario is. But right now, I think we're going to call the eyes good. I'm probably going to add a little bit something to that tail region over there. Let's go back on over to clip paint for one final time here. Alright. So it's this layer, and we're going to soft erase a little bit up in here. Maybe not that much. Just to add a little bit of, hey, this is like part of the pumpkin still. Like part of the internals of the pumpkin. Fingertip blend can still be pretty big. This blend is small, and there. Let's save that. think that's okay. I'm gonna check real quick, and then we'll mirror the stuff over. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, give me a hot minute here to go to the bathroom, and then we'll mirror all of the textures over to the other side. And from there, I think we're good to UV map the cat and add in the bones for the tail and mess with weight painting. Because I want to make the tail something that can kind of move back and forth, kind of like, you know, this character's hair. That way when people move around and whatnot, you'll see the tail wagging. You know, give a little bit of sass to the cat. But we'll be right back. Alrighty then. Welcome back. Okay, from this point, what I think we're going to do is... Let me zoom out a bit. We need to rasterize the available layers. Get rid of the ones that aren't visible. We're going to rasterize, duplicate, and merge over to the other side. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to merge all of these down. And I think we're going to keep the bottom layer where it is for this first part, because I want to duplicate just the mouth area. Because that gives us more of a reason to say, oh, it's supposed to be here because this pixel's off by that much, or it's about to get that finicky. Copy and paste, and then we grab ourselves... Let's see... Tool, and which one of these is it? There. Scale rotate. We're going to flip it, and we're going to hold shift and pull it down. Okay. That should be lined up. And we have a little bit of blurring to do. So we're going to merge them down. And I'm just going to try to blur what we can see. Just along the center, that is. And that should give us a symmetrical texture there. Let's blur a little more right there. There we go. I think that's good. Hello, can you not jump all the way across the freaking screen? Alright. So we are going to need to be able to see this next part. And then we want to merge that down again. So we have all of the eye. And we are going to copy and paste. Flip. And pull it on over. Since these two are perfectly lined up, I just need to make sure that the gap is lined up, and it is. And because the way the layer system is currently working, all I have to do to get rid of the overlap is to just add a bit of an eraser over here. Hard eraser. And make sure there's nothing over there. No, there's not. Go back to, yeah, stand hard. And with this, I'm going to export it as a PNG. And that should be it. So let's go back on over to Blender, image reload. Okay. Yeah, we're looking pretty good. So we move my setup around a little bit so that we can go ahead and get back to working in Blender for a bit. I wish I had two cameras, but I don't. So, my apologies for the scuff. But we came to an art stream. We weren't expecting the scuff. I don't know what to tell you. Move all this over. Okay. This should be good for now. Scuff is inevitable. Yes, scuff is inevitable. Inevitable. I am basically when I went to go make the scene for this Blender screen, I was like, wait, I need one for Clip Paint Studio, I need one for 3D Coat, and I need one for Blender, and I need them to work together. And I have two monitors, and one drawing tablet has a monitor on it, and I'm just like, what? Oh my goodness, do this without scuff. The answer, no, just accept it. It's inevitable. You have to. Okay, let's save this here. And I don't think we need the duplicate cat plane anymore. So while we're working with our guy here, we're just going to hide the references because we don't need them anymore. We're going to hide the pumpkin. And the lights because they might get in the way. Alright, little buddy. We are adding a single bone armature. From there, I will be making a custom rig for this cat. So from here, we're going to go into the edit mode, and all bones are going to branch off of this. So what we want is one bone like this to go down to the tail. And let's see. I think we'll make a... Well, why not make the cat be able to bobble its head? That seems fun. So let's go here, turn that off, and here. Since we're locked to the X coordinate, we're always going to be in the center of the cat. And since the cat's mirrored, that's exactly what we're looking for. So we're going to make a neck. And then the head will go straight up and down. Because that makes it easier. Pumpkin head's pet... Yumpkin head? What the fuck? That's a name and a half. Yeah, I think that's good. Pull this down just for posterity's sake. So this will be our root. And the root is technically a deformed bone. Relations, we're not going to make these connected to the root bone because we can pull the root bone down. Snap selection to cursor. There we go. So now the cat will be centered always. So that way when we take this into pose mode, it'll move all around thanks to the root bone. While these can just rotate on their own axes if they need to. This probably won't rotate though. We're probably never going to use that for rotation. Okay. Time to work the magic. What we want to do is have bone snapping and have it enabled to volume. That way the bone, as long as we put it in the center, will always snap to the center of the volume of the mesh. Lots of these in that sentence. So I'm just going to try to line it up so that I can kind of line up the middle, or something I could basically call like a middle vert. And we're just going to add a new bone for every vert in the tail. This is one of the surefire ways to make sure that you're rigging for, say, like a hair or a tail will be very smooth. The other option is to make sure that your weight painting is as smooth as humanly possible. But then you lose control, because then it will always deform in that very specific way. So, there are two ways. We're going to go with the bone method, because the multi-bone method, simply because each bone for a model that's going to be using, we're going to be using VC Face's plugin in Unity to create the physics for the tail and the head, and what the jiggle physics. So what that's going to mean is that it's going to have collision detection on a per bone basis, and it's easier to control if each individual bone only has to care about a very specific segment of the body. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Collision is really, really good. Especially if, like, we could use Magica Cloth, but we're not doing anything cloth related. So, and I'd have to set that up. But Magica Cloth is a special type of physics that's only available to Warudo and I think VR Chat, but not VC Face and several others. And I don't think the very tip of the tail needs to have anything on it, so we're probably just going to add one more bone all the way to the end. And because the collision doesn't actually actively care, hold on, we can subdivide here. Wanted to make sure, well, we don't need to subdivide, we can just pull this back to around there, because I'm fine with this bone having connections to both of these and just kind of splitting the weighting, because it doesn't necessarily matter all that much. But yeah, Warudo accepts both VC Face and other options as well for, you know, rigging and physics and all that. But I just wanted to make sure that we had this one in, because it's the least taxing. And Magic Cloth kind of needs like multiple points, and it's really, really good, but it's mostly used for cloth because of how taxing it is. Maybe later. I'm thinking about, do I want the cat to bobble? Yeah, that might take a little too long. Okay, so I think this is good. I'm going to change my snapping back and turn it off. And let's see. I think what we're going to do for the weight painting is we could probably do it manually. Control P with empty groups. I think manually might be the best option for this. Okay, so first things first, we're going to envelop the shit out of this. What do I mean by that? We're going to go in here and do this. Be sure auto normalize is on. And do that. Make sure auto normalize is on. You need this on. You need this on. Don't need X mirroring just yet. So I'm going to apply a point there, and then I'm going to go to edit mode, and I'm going to cheat. So this bone here, I'm going to grab this, that, and I'm going to hide them. And then every linking bone in here, Alt H, And because we're cheating, I'm just going to have a weight of assigned of 1. And that's going to assign a weight of 1 to all of that. Auto normalize will come into play once we start smoothing weights, but right now, this is what we want to see. We want to make sure that we have complete enveloped of all the major areas. So if I look at this, I think the neck bone will only control these segments. So I'm going to assign that to 1 as well. And the reason why I'm going in and manually selecting a bone is because it changes the bone vertex group we're affecting at the moment. So I'm going to grab this. I'm going to hide it. That way we can go back into this mode and check what do we want this to affect. I think it will affect this at maximum. Hide, link, Alt-H, and assign. This is the easiest way to do envelop weights if you have to do it manually. So now I could just Alt left click the new bone, go back in here, grab this loop, hide it, grab the tail loop. Because this bone here is going to be labeled the deformation bone, but it's not going to have any weights attached to it. The tiny one right here. Say this will also be labeled. This will be called the root bone when we're done. Link Alt H, and we're gonna unlink that one for now. Assign that to 1 because we don't want to overlap the weights just yet. When we start smoothing, then we're gonna want to overlap the weights. So speaking of which. Yeah. So the tailbone here is not going to affect this at all. But the cheekiest way to do this is to enter in 0.5 over here. And then all the way to 1 over here. And now, no, 0 effort, full painted. So one thing you need to remember, if you're going to be weight painting on your own, the vertex over here at the very end of this bone will be 100% connected to the previous bone. The back end of the next bone will have no weights here. It's very, very important that you don't try to mess around with that. Granted, you can smooth that on this side now, but you don't want to have it 100% on the other side, or even 5%. Something like 0.1 or 0.2 won't really affect it as much. But you definitely don't want it to be in like the red or the yellow on something previous. Granted, of course, there's always some exceptions to the rule, but you know, when you live and work in programs, there's always exceptions. There's always times in which this work is like, oh, okay, you remember that rule? You remember that rule that you made a while back? Yeah, let's break it. So just casually adding in signed weights to all of these. This last part, we're just going to grab this part and Control plus a couple of times and full assign. So that way, when we are to... Oh, let me go back into... not weight paint mode, object mode. We're going to grab this. Pose. And what we're going to do for the tailbone, this tailbone in particular right here, we want to turn off connected. So it'll still follow its parent, which will never be moving. We'll be moving this instead. But the reason why is so that now we can hit click this bone and hit L, and it will only grab the tail, because it's the L is the tool for selecting bones that are connected. It also lets you do crazy things like move the tail into places that it's not supposed to be, and that sometimes in animation can give you a better silhouette. Because remember, things that the camera can't see don't matter. All that matters is that it looks good in the direction that you're facing. So if we were to rotate this tail on individual origins, look at that. It's already decent. We didn't have to work very hard for it, because it's just a tube. And I think that's good. That may not even need anything more than that for the tail. Just judging by how it's moving and how expressive it kind of is, I don't think we need more. Kind of moving my head back and forth to the tail. We could always add, basically what you could do from here is go back into the weight painting. Go back into this mode where you can see everything. And you can smooth this out. Because we have auto normalize on, if we were to come in here and just one click smooth on a full strength, and just be careful about how we're smoothing, we can get a full smooth in there. And what would happen is, it's a Windows key, it would smooth out this yellow here. And then we could just go ahead and apply a smooth here. Just remember, you want to make sure the color is even. So what you're doing is you're holding left click while holding shift. That way it doesn't try to add more additions to the smooth than what you're able to control. So as long as the color all the way around is pretty even, you're good. So what we're doing here, which we can add a smooth in, yeah, add a smooth in here. We could probably smooth this out. Hi, Stoic. We're weight painting a tail. If you notice the color is a little bit uneven, you can just move down the strength. Like over here. Probably just gonna... What are we up to today? We're rigging a cat. Not a full body cat, but still something. It's gonna be a Warudo asset for people to play around with. So, now that we have, you know, different degrees of smoothing in here, we just kind of smooth out a little bit more, just so we can get more bones in on the action. This is manual rigging. So if we go into, let's say, the pose here, and we grab these 3 bones, you can see how that would be useful under some circumstances. It does depend on things like yeah, you see here, what we would want from this is to get a little bit more smoothing on the tipness of the tip of the tail. Tipness. Smooth the tip. I don't know where that came from. Yep, just a little bit more weights in there. Might as well, since we're already here. Something like that. And the way we can fix that is by just adding more influence from the previous bone. Just keep smoothing. Just keep smoothing. You ever have issues with smoothing weight painting things that are close together, like timbers? Yes. Timbers. Sorry. Enough. Enough of that. The thing about that is that you can actually there are add-ons that can help, like I tend basically voxel heat diffuse is good is a good add-on for like bodies and clothes and stuff, but it runs into that issue. The only thing that can fix it is, believe it or not, the add-on for a moment. Heat maps, which is Blender's built-in, because heat maps will only function upon the closest bones. And that will give you basically weights that look like this. Like these down here, well, we haven't smoothed out yet. And then you could smooth them through, you know, normal smoothing, through auto-normalize. The thing about smoothing, though, is if it doesn't have the weight on it already, it won't work. So if I were to try... Best I can figure out is make separate meshes for each finger, but then it's harsh lines. There are ways to change that. Essentially, if you were to weight paint one part, like, let's say, a vertice over here. Let's go back over here. If this was weight painted something different, this one particular vertex, and I merge this vertex into this one, it will adopt the one that it merged into. So for fingers, if one of the if the very, you know, the digit of the finger, let's say it's the digit right here, has the good weights here and the bad weights here, you merge the bad weights into the good ones, and the bad weights will disappear. Little trick that I learned. Because when merging, it adopts the traits of the things that it merges into. That's all traits. Normals, weights, anything that the vertex can bring with it will be deleted, essentially, because it's taking the information from the one it merged into. There we go. We'll add a little bit details here. But I really never noticed that. Yeah. It's actually really interesting, because if we go in here and we look at an individual vertex under the item, we could see exactly, and I mean exactly, like, I don't even know how many digits this is. Yeah. Like, exactly how many, what the number is, the numerical value, for the weight. So when you merge something, merge a vertex into another, it will basically say, oh, I'm adopting this now, because I am now this thing. Well, heck, yeah. By the way, doing that is also another way. If weights are fucking with you, you can just go in here and delete the fucking weight. If I didn't want Bone 19 affecting this, you can delete it. It will mess up your auto-normalize until there's a way to fix that, too. It's really stupid. What you do is, let's say I deleted a really influential weight in here, and it'll fuck up my normalize. What I do is I go onto a bone that has weights for this particular spot, and then I go to blur, and I will put the strength all the way down 0.0001. And then when you smooth, the normalize will kick in, but because the smooth is so low strength, it won't mean anything. It'll change almost nothing. This has been tricks and tips that I have learned over the years that I have pulled my hair out to learn. Remember, if the program's being fucky, be fucky right back. You learn something new every day. Yep. Sometimes the program wants to be, well, your namesake, a brat. In which case, you scold the shit out of it and cheat. If the program wants to waste several hours of your day, tell it no. We'll be fixing my fucked up fingers soon now. Yeah, exactly. If the program is just being mean, I see no reason to accept that. Like right now, it didn't want to smooth the proper weights, so I basically dragged a weight from here to up here, and now I'm dragging that same weight sideways, and then I can smooth it out. Behold the smear tool, and how absolutely busted it is. It basically lets you drag a weight from here all the way down to like here, smoothly, and then you could basically just drag this weight to the side. It depends on, like, if you try to go left or right, sometimes it doesn't want to work well. But you just kind of have to go like, okay, well, Control Z and then try again. But eventually, as you can see, it'll give you what you want, which is smooth. We don't accept bullshit from the program in this house. So what you might notice is I'm kind of working very minutely here, and that's because we're at the very tip of the tail, and, well, the results speak for themselves how smooth that is. So this is basically what would happen if we fixed all of it. So, let's go make that a reality. Just gonna take our time. Gonna cheat a little by turning down the strength of the smooth, or the smear. Because occasionally you might find a vert that's like not behaving the way you want it to. Maybe it's not copying the weights properly. And you can just kind of either move the weights back or to the left or to the right. And that tends to fix the issue. Because it's like color matching weight painting. It's not something, it's not like rocket science or anything. You don't have to pay attention to numbers most of the time. It's just trying to match the colors around whatever plane you're working on. Okay. So at the end of the day, your weight painting will look... Let me turn down the blur here. If you keep doing this the right way, you'll notice that your weight painting starts getting a bit green. But that's because the influences between all of the weights, you know, tends to even out. So while we're working in here, we're adding a little bit of weight to the one before. We're trying to keep making it smooth as we go along. We really want to see a rainbow when we're making this. And by a rainbow, I mean a rainbow of green. Every color under the spectrum of green. Smooth back up all the way. Okay, as we go. Be careful with the smooth as you hold the click. Usually, before you start seeing green on a bone, you kind of have to get the bones in front of it and at least two behind it, at least in this type of setup. It's okay to see yellow at certain segments. Because the tail will probably not be moving around individually like this without moving a previous segment, because that's not how bones work. What we get is, if you look at the top of the tail versus the bottom of the tail, the bottom of the tail is it gets a little jaggedy, but the top of the tail is quite smooth throughout. And that's why we're smoothing out the weights. So when the weights get a little fucky like this, we're just gonna grab the finger, smear tool, and just mess with it. Nice and simple. Just try to match the colors. Doesn't have to be exact. I have the smear tool on a very low strength so that I don't have to pay as much attention to how far I smear it in terms of my mouse movement. Okay. Come in here, blur that a little, add some more smear. Be careful with your smears. Yeah, I've weight painted things significantly harder than this. This is kind of a no-brainer. One of which was that dragon cape on my Ollie fan model. That thing was crazy. I'm over here vaguely going insane. Everything is lying because I'm telling my phone. Oh, Jesus, man. Oh, careful. It doesn't help that what we're seeing here on a constant basis isn't exactly the easiest thing to look at all the time. Got a little bit of influence back here. So for like weight painting, I usually would use my add-on, but I have studied how to do rigging. So, like rig a full body and everything, just in case, because I play Minecraft a lot. Damn, that's something at least. Um, but yeah, when it comes to like weight painting and rigging and stuff, I tend to rely pretty heavily on my add-on just because it can sort out over 80% of the issue for me if there's like a problem. But when it comes to you know, stuff like this, I'm no stranger. One could argue doing this manually leaves less room for error that you it's like time save or possibility for error. Pull a liver trunk. Okay, yeah, looking nice and smooth up top. Let's keep her going. Granted, you might be able to find some things online that might give you a different algorithm to weight paint by. Uh, the one that I meant that I said voxel heat. It's better to use that on clothing because it basically turns the mesh into like a voxel, and it will calculate based upon that. So you don't actually need to have all the vertices connected to make it look good. So when I was making the Ollie model, I used that a lot, but I still had to fix up things here and there because, you know, live and die by the scuff when you make things in 3D. And I'm a very big believer of if it's something that I'm gonna have to do again and again and again, and it is a technical process, not a creative one, which, you know, weight painting kind of is more technical and creative. I'm perfectly fine with letting a program take care of 80% of it for me. Because I'll still have to come in and add the extra bones. Things like hair and accessories and clothes and all of that stuff. But that's just the way I end up seeing it. Because an artist's time it's their money. Like, there's no real other way to put it. Because the more you think about it, the more you're like, yeah, the more time I spend doing this menial task of, you know, all I'm doing right now is just smoothing the weights. Like, I could probably get a program to do that. Hello? We good? Good? Alright. Check, I disconnected and reconnected for a moment. I was like, whoa. There is an alternative to what we've been doing, which can occasionally get... I'm gonna look for another. Yeah, I get that. The alternative is to grab the bone you have and then go to weight smooth. Depending on the complexity of the mesh, this might give you what you're looking for. It might not. And in instances like this last bone here, I kind of don't want to do that. Especially because I just don't want this last bit here to be controlled by the tail under any circumstances. That should be pretty good. You know, it's just a tube. We don't have to be 100% perfect with it. As long as it looks pretty good. Let's take this into pose mode. Oh my. Did the tail just twist all the way around? Hold on. Oh my. That's quite nice. Okay. Yep. Tail can curl up pretty nicely. I don't think anybody would complain about it having just a little bit of curl in there. Definitely a little more cat-like. Save this. And the last thing that we really need to affect is the weights for the head area. Now, this won't be as crazy or taxing. We're just gonna smooth the neck area out to the point in which moving the head doesn't actually affect the neck as or it affects the neck just enough so that it doesn't look like it's being separated when it turns. Okay. And then this would be the next domain to help fix with this issue over here. Ah. When you're working in symmetry, make sure you have the X on. And I'll have to go over here and smooth out all the pieces that I already smoothed, so I can make sure they're all smooth in the X value. Okay. I'm going to let the head take back some of what it had. Turn down the blur drastically. Okay. The head should be affecting more of the neck area. We don't have exactly a lot of geometry to work with on the neck area. But it works. It's fine. I've worked with less. Okay. So this will probably be the last of what we do here. Just smoothing out the neck region, because we want the head to have at least the ability to bobble. It sounds fun. Sounds interesting. Nice and smooth. Okay. And I think kind of move this down a little more. Make sure the chin maintains its shape more or less. Okay. I think the neck needs to have a little less control of what happens in this area. So let's kind of drag the red up and around. Just to make sure that the neck doesn't have all the control. Okay. Yeah, it needs less. Might give it considerably less, in fact. Like, basically 0. Let's smooth out its own weights. The head bone probably shouldn't have control of this region either. Hmm. We're going to actually get rid of the head's control and the next control of this region. Let's say that's the start of the body. All right. Give the neck a little bit of control for this area. Smooth it out over there. Okay, let's take it. Sometimes it just takes plenty of checks. Hmm. Smooth it. Smooth it. I think we're going to add a little bit of weight to the back. Ooh, okay, 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 okay. The head should have 0 influence on this area, that's for certain. Yeah, let's take away some of the neck's influence. Green usually means we're getting much closer. Okay. I think we can live with that. That's good too. A little bit of influence on that area. I want to let the head bobble, but probably not a whole lot. Okay. How are we looking? Good from that side. Looking pretty good from that side. Just a bit better. Well, there we go. Yep, take away the weights on that side. Maybe take away some more of the weight on the head on that. On the left and right. Not exactly even on weight painting, but I think we can work with it. Back, forth, back, forth. Okay. Hmm. Okay. The back should probably have a little more control over the neck because it's probably not going to move. Therefore, it acts somewhat similar to a root bone. Okay. I think we're good. That is one cheeky trick. If you have a deformation bone that is never going to actively move, like, say, the root bone, you can actually put some weights on there in order to make sure that part of your mesh maintains a little bit of its original form. Okay. Just playing around with it at this point. Alright. Now that's done with, what we can do is we have our picture for the Jacko Neko Cat Diffuse. And what we're going to do is UV unwrap. Now, I personally use Zen UV and UV Packmaster, but there is this new add-on that had just recently been, like, more publicized. It's called Mio 3 UV, and it's actually really, really, really good. Like, a lot of the UVs that you see from other artists probably use this because it's got this rectangulify, this straight. Basically, it'll unwrap as normal, except for the edge loop that you select, and that will be straight. Or this one, where if you're, like, let's say, unwrapping some really unwieldy, like, circle thing, if you select the loop, it'll unwrap it normally, but it'll take the very last part, in other words, the edge that you selected, and it will rectangulify that. So it will turn that part into a rectangle. There are several other features in here that are really, really crazy that I haven't had time to play around with, but you could already see that it's kind of insane. So for now, I'm just going to go ahead and start UV unwrapping our little guy. So I'm going to draw a line down the back here. Now, typically, you want to hide UV seams in places that would not be seen very easily. And I know that sounds good in theory, but it can definitely be pretty crazy in practice. So, really, just do your best and try to cover up the seams with whatever texture you can. So for this here, this should be a good degree of separation from the body, so I'm going to mark the seams. The tail should now, because I've separated the edge of the tail here into its own thing, the tail itself should be able to unwrap into a quad structure, which would make it easier to texture. As for the body, let's try to unify where our seams are going to be. So I think the first thing we're going to separate is the leg. When UV unwrapping, you really want to think about it as if it was a giant present. Let's go ahead and move that over, move that over. Just a little bit of a change here and there. Let me scale this on the medium point. Scale that out. Pull that forward. You can't do this after you start texturing, so this is like kind of like the last point in which you can actually mess around with things. And I'm going to take advantage of that quite liberally every once in a while, if I find something. Because the cat is sitting, let us separate the back paw. And then we can go in here and mark, not sure, mark a seam here, so that this entire island here can now unwrap by separating at this little segment here. Mark seam. That takes care of that. We're going to separate the foot via the bottom of the foot and the back of the foot. That way, it'll be really easy to unwrap, and the only way to see where the seams are is either if the textures kind of get a little messed up, or on the steam, because that can happen, or mark seam. If you were to stare at the back of the cat for too long. Or just stare at the back of the cat in general. Okay. Judging from the back, if we separate the front legs, I think we'll separate them here. Typically, you do want to keep the seam in a place that can't be seen too easily, but I'm not seeing a good spot to separate the legs, and that's fine. You just gotta make sure that you can cover up your seams well enough. Okay, since no one's gonna be staring at the back of the legs, we will be taking that opportunity to throw a seam back here. And I think the same separation is good. Which means we are back at marking a seam for the sole of the cat's paw. And let's see. That might be enough for everything except for the face. In which case, we're going to come in here, and this will be the seam for the mouth. Because we want to separate the interior of the mouth from the exterior of the mouth. Do I want to separate the nose area? I'm not. The interior of the nose would probably be a good idea because it's just going to be black anyway, for the most part. So we could separate that and just give a little bit more room to work with. Same kind of seam can be made on the eyes, so that's that degree of separation that we added between the interior of the interior of the eye itself, the eyelid, versus the white. So we're going to mark a seam in there. Let me just go back to hiding the back of the cat's head so we can actually get in here again. So we're going to find that seam. Here we go. And what we really need to do is, while this can unwrap as is, let's actually check that. How well does it unwrap? So we're just going to link that one face and unwrap. A little crazy of an unwrap, and some of the texture at the back would be really bad. Ah, okay. I can just use the relax feature here. That's good. I think Mio had that as well. Does it do good? Yeah, it basically does the same job. You just have to click it multiple times. Okay. This will be fine. No seam there. What about the mouth, though? UV, unwrap. Okay. Yeah. That should be good. Because, remember, the cat's going to have a pumpkin on his head. So, necessarily have to concern ourselves too much with what that cat head itself looks like. But, nevertheless, we'll still UV. So, I'm going to UV at probably this segment. Because it's just, it's where, like, where the ears will meet the fur would be around this particular, this right here, particular area. So we're going to UV seam ahead of time because when colors start to drastically change, if that's on a seam, sometimes if you have to blend it, like what would be up here, that will give you a nightmare. Like, it will not be fun to texture at all. So I'm going to separate the ears here. Mark seam. Do we want to mark the seam there? Hold on. UV unwrap. Yeah, we need another seam. We'll put a seam at the back of the ear going down to the front. Just to try to even out where the seams are. Give us ample space to do texture work. And I think that might be good. We may not need to add another seam. Let's go for UV unwrap. That's fine. It does kind of get in the way because it's not separated over here. Let's see. Sometimes it's a puzzle to figure out where the best seams could possibly go. Okay. I have an idea. I'm going to mark the seams here. Instead. That will make texturing around this area a bit difficult, but that's something that I can fix up inside of Clip Paint Studio. It's not that big of a deal. And what we end up with for the entirety of the ear is a UV unwrap that's pretty clean, all things considered. And speaking of pretty clean, let's unwrap the back of the head. Now here comes the funny part. This is kind of mostly what most artists only do for a UV for the head. They only put one line at the back and then separate the elements from it. Because usually you'd want full control over texturing the face. And I know, this is a bit of a nightmare to look at. So we probably want to... Yeah, let's separate the face. We're going to separate the face where the chin meets the back of the head. Sometimes all we can do is experiment. And... well... just keep it going. Keep trying. We're going to separate there. We're going to separate up here at the top of the head. And re-unpack. Or re-unwrap. And what are we looking at? The nose might want to separate because it's a little small. The mouth area can easily make that a little better. The unwrap. The eyes. Okay. What we're going to do is move the seam out. The as you saw, the eyes were having a bit of an issue on the fault line. So we're going to try this. Let's clear that seam. And mark that one. Because arguably, the most important part of the face, or most important part of the mesh, is the face. Okay, we got a clear line there. And the eye is closed, so we'll probably have to move around the UV, but... okay. If we're not going to separate the nostrils from the nose itself, instead we're going to separate the nose say right about here will probably be really good. Because it's going to be mostly, it's still going to be a bit black around the edges over here. So I think that's good. Yeah. I don't need to rotate again, but that should be pretty good. Yep. Typically speaking, when you make a model, you do want the eyes to be open. But in this instance, I'm just gonna leave them closed. It's easier to texture with them open, but we're not doing a whole lot of texture work on the face right now. And at the end of the day, the way we unwrap, people are not gonna have too hard of time. Sorry about that. All right. I think that's all of the UV unwraps that we need. I'm just gonna check one more thing. Check the front paw area. Yeah, that unwrapped fine. Almost quad that. Just gonna test what this does. If I hit relax, do a little bit of experimenting. Sorry, I love messing around with some of these add-ons. Copy, paste, sex, or ooh. Sorry, I look at new tools. I'm like, ooh, pretty. Okay. I should be able to get all of this on one. So UV unwrap. That's the body. This looks like the tail, so I'm just going to quadrify that. Yep, that's the tail. This selection here is basically link the UV link selection, and basically as long as I, you know, grab, I hit 3 to go inside of the face mode, and I hit L, I can tell where the selection is going to come out. Okay. So we're going to grab this one, and we're going to relax the mouth a bit. I think that's the mouth. We'll grab both of these. We're going to relax them a lot. Selected. All things considered. Because right now, I think adding another seam in here is what's best for the eyes. Because at the end of the day, people need to be able to control what the eyes look like as well inside of a model. So if that means I have to add even more seams inside of here, at the very least, it can be textured in a way that's even. Because what's happening right now with this current UV is that the outside area here, or this interior area, is going to have more texture space than the exterior area. And that's not good for texturing at all. We could do the same thing for the mouth, if we really want to. I could separate it as if it were a tongue, and that would be separating tops and bottoms. Let's give people a little more UV space, you know? There we go. And back to the unwrap. And we take a nice long look at all of our islands. Make sure everything's okay. We're going to quadrify that tail. Alright, alright. I think we're doing pretty good. I'm going to modify our shader for a hot minute. Which one was it? Give me a moment. I have to look at my input preferences. Key map, Zen. Alt numpad 3. I'm confused. Road Wrangler, Sanctus. There we go. So this is the Zen UV checker pattern. It's a part of the add-on, but you can always find this kind of image is not uncommon. It's not very hard to find. They're just a UV checking image, or UV texture density checking image. And the current image is at 512 by 512, so don't worry about this. Basically what you have to think about is, okay, so a 2K texture map is 4 times the amount of detail here. So each pixel that I'm seeing would count as 4. Or would be a lot... not 4? Is it 4? 16? I can't do math. Yeah, I think it's 4. So, what we're trying to check for, though, is whether or not the texture density is the same throughout the mesh. Because if it's not, then we're going to run into some issues with things looking a little funky. And it kind of looks like it is. We also want to check to see if there's any stretching, like over here. So we can go to the UV editor, find that island, and say, okay, how do we prevent that stretching? Well, there's this line in here. We can add a separating line in here. So make sure it's on the same side on both sides. Just grab this one and this one. Mark seam. And then we're going to unwrap again. And check for any stretching again. It's really important that you check around like this to make sure if there's some kind of stretching in there, you either have to, you know, be okay with the fact that it is stretching, or you have to go in and mess with your UVs or your seams. So that's not very much stretching where the 3 is. I think I'm okay with that. think we might be alright. Oh, hello. There's a large swath here. Ah, okay. Ah, I found another place I can hide a seam. Oops, Control Z. Mark a seam there. UV unwrap. And because we can hide a seam on the boot, we will put seam on butt. Okay, I will not like us afterwards, but oh well. That way we can limit some of these more awkward shapes. And I see you, tail. We're going to quadrify you again. Oh. The face does have quite a bit of stretching in there. But we want the face to be kind of bigger anyway. And what we can do to help limit face stretching is come in here and mark a seam on the chin. UV unwrap. Sorry, turn that off. See how the stretching is a little bit more minimal? So I'm kind of curious. Hold on. I see that. No. You need to be in place. If I mark a seam all the way up, how are we now? It's going to make the chin a little bit more difficult to deal with, but at the same time, it is unwrapping a little better. I think we might clear that seam. Okay. Seam higher up on the nose might be it. So maybe here. I think a little bit less. Because what I want to try to avoid is fully separating it. Because I don't really want to split the face into halves. As, you know, good as that might sound on paper, in practice I've never found it to be a good thing to work with. Okay. This is fine. I think this is workable. Okay. So, I have UV Packmaster 3, and that lets me, that actually lets me pack the UVs through a, heteroheuristic search algorithm. And what that does is it tries to pack with the certain margin. I like the default margin, it's good. And it will keep trying to pack again and again and again until it gets the best possible configuration. Okay. I don't see very much wrong with this pack. Oh, wait. I forgot to make this into a quad. And I think the face and the back... Yeah, the face itself could probably use a little more space. The inner ear The ears themselves, let's try to make them a little bigger. And then we'll search again. So let's grab the whole head. We'll make the UV slightly bigger on that. We'll grab everything. And we'll ask it to pack again. It's still finding a solution. The base is upside down, but it's a solution. So basically, this add-on lets you get a lot out of your UVs. So once you're done messing around with the packing and all that, once you're done messing around with unwrapping and whatnot, this will let you get quite a lot of detail out of your mesh. So, I'm pretty okay with how big everything is, I think. Does anywhere near need more detail? I'm trying to check the size of the numbers and the letters to make sure that things aren't too scaled out of proportion. Alright. I think that's good. And from here, we don't need this anymore. The cat is UV'd. The cat has its rigging. I think we bring the pumpkin back and finish its rigging. First, we are going to... Ooh. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, supply subdivision. That way... Oh my. I think we're going to clean this up. We're going to clean this up. It's too many levels of subdivision. Dissolve edges. The shape still looks the same. No, those edges need to stay. Interesting. Okay. The reason why we want to do this is because we don't want to we want to make sure that everyone can use this model. Everyone who wants to will not have too hard of a time getting it to work. And that could mean that they have a really bad computer, or not really bad, but it could mean that their computer's not that great. It could mean that they just have a model that's too complicated. Or, very complicated, and they can't afford to have assets that are insane. But whatever the case, I'd like to make it so that everyone can use this. Dissolve this edge. Loses a little bit of the roundness, but... Well, we lose roundness if I get rid of this edge. Let's test that. No. No, we didn't. Okay. We're gonna get rid of some of these spare edges then. Ooh, there we go. We haven't lost very much so far. Because we will end up losing a bit of detail doing this, but at the end of the day, I think it's worth it just to make sure that no one feels left out if they want to use this model. And when done right, like that, you don't notice. And there's nothing to notice. What happened? I didn't see it. Okay, we're probably gonna have to keep them separated for now. But that's no problem. With object. Weight paint mode. Oh. All right then. Be weird on me, I guess. Ah, okay. Empty groups. And parent with empty groups. Parenting in the wrong direction, 101. Just gonna paint a little bit, add null, assign that to the headphone, and that's done. Weight paint, grab that, touch a little bit on the head, and fully assigned. Our little cat friend has a moving head. The texture will, the procedural texture will not move, once we're done with the rendering. But that would be that for that part. So let me just save real quick. Make sure the cat is on a principal BSDF. Ah, yes. I gotta make sure the pumpkin darker is okay. So let's try to make sure. We're gonna try to color match. Okay. We're gonna turn the emission off. It says that's the color, but quite look like it. Citron orange. No. Carving. Oh. This should be at 0.3. Alrighty then. There we go. Not noticeable. I might want to bring that texture into the other program too. It depends. Oh, hello. There we go. Now that lines up. Swap this back over to pumpkin carving mask. I'm just going to modify this slightly. I've noticed that several of these pots don't have the best... don't have the best coverage. No, why was that separated? Color me baffled. And where art thou? Let's push you up and push you up. Typically speaking, I would normally just go back and, you know, color it in again, but I'm trying not to step over other UVs. Ah, okay. The pumpkin doesn't have very much UVs then. Pumpkin itself. Okay. I'll probably override the color anyway. Should be okay. But so far, we're looking good. I can't render out the pumpkin material right now because that would take up way too much of my CPU. But suppose one of the last few things we actually need to do is texture the cat. So, what was that? Let's see if we can run this, shall we? You go to the BRB screen real quick, and I'm going to boot up my other drawing program. So I shall see you in a hot minute. I'm still here, just I need to have the other program open. Okay, and now I can send it for pixel painting. Alright, well, as if we had anything in that text to begin with. Okay. I'm gonna move my camera over again. So we can get the texture painting. This will be the very last thing that we actually need to do. So I'm surprised. Before I bring it into Unity, that is. Alright. Let me just hit the configure button, the calibrate button. And how are we looking? Okay. Okay. This is 3D Coat. It is a drawing program. So, right now, fill this with color. Fill the whole mesh with black. View with shade. Black might be too dark. Let's try. There we go. We can still see detail. Now, as far as things are concerned, I'll fill in the eyes and the eye sockets and whatnot in clip 8. The nose will be even more black. So let's turn on the wireframe. And we're going to turn on a specific brush. Turn down the opacity of that black. Let's see a little more. The opacity is at 100. There we go. So I'm just grid filling here. Symmetry. Enable symmetry across the... Global space. Local space. I don't know why the cat's not supposedly symmetricized. Okay. So we might have to use Topo Sim. Red to blue. Damn, that is a smart sim tool. Alright. Let's get to this, shall we? Turn that down some more. Oh, great. This. Fill that with color again. Forgot we were brushing on the other layer. Turn that down. And we'll refill in the nose. Thanks to the symmetry tool working well, we don't actually have to color on the other side. So we're just going to draw a nice, cute little button nose. Color palette. Image. We're not actually going to use this color palette, but find it. We do need it for telling how we're going to make the fur. Let's see, where is it? Here, and this. So we're not using this for color palette. We're using this to learn how to do fur well enough. So it looks like the base coat is a bit granular. Okay. I might be able to apply that I'm saying might. I should be able to apply that in Blender if need be. Not too crazy. Okay. Let's get nice. Second a nose here. It's gonna take our nice sweet time. Trying to get a little cat nose in here. So from the look of it, let's get our actual majestic boy in here. The secondary image. It looks like cat's nose would be out like this. And it doesn't seem to go very high. Okay. For those of you that are curious, I'm using a thing called a space mouse to dictate where I go on the mesh. It's actually quite convenient. Like flying a drone, if you will. Yes, give us more spooky music. Let's see what that looks like under the topo sim. Okay. Just have to remember to hit topo sim like crazy. I don't know why this mesh isn't fully symmetrical from the world origin. It's a very weird thing. I did have the cat on the world's origin point. But, you know, it's neither here nor there. Not with a program like this. Red to blue. A little bit more off the top. Take it off like a barber. Bring that there. And I think this is pretty good for the nose. Nose. And let's try our hand at making so from what we saw on this guy, the darkest spotches, if there was spotches, would be at the bottom. So our next layer up, since it's going to be a black cat, which I don't have a black cat photo, but I do have this one, Russian blue. Interesting. We just gonna have to work our way up from the darks to the lights. Just judging from that pattern. Okay. And do I have any alpha brushes that could help with this? Skin. No hair. Let's see what this does. Okay, not bad. We're probably going to color in the hair, as in actually draw it. And I'm just kind of looking for a brush that could possibly do it by smearing the brush. That's nice. How funny would it be if I put a mustache on this cat? Almost no one would see it unless they brought the model in the blender. Or, yeah, the model in the blender. Or they put it inside some kind of paint program and they'd be like, wait a minute. Oh my god. We're on the wrong layer! I love it. Okay, be on the right layer this time. Where is it? Rotate along stroke, please. Ah! Now we've got something going. This is good. This is good. Yes, I'm still hung up on this mustache idea. Ah, yes. I feel dumb. I love it. Let's try to give him the French mustache. Oh no, I'm getting lost in the sauce right now. Nice. Early one. There we go. A little Easter egg for people to find. Okay. I'm just gonna keep that there. I'm gonna hide it for now. Just in case. Let's see. This isn't a bad brush for fur or for hair, but let's see what else we have in here. Oh, wait! Noise! Okay, we have enough of this. This could look like fur. We just need to, do this the right way. Okay. We're gonna start our way from here. Let's get our majestic boy back. Actually, let's get this cat over here. It's gonna take a hot minute for this, but time will tell if it'll be worth it in the end. I was trying to go through and get the fur in a way that makes sense for the body. Nice, small strokes. It probably won't be, it probably won't have this much opacity by the end of it. Similar method as I did the Koban model. Should get some decent fur. Hold on. Cat hair is kind of sticking out over here. View flat shade. I mean, might as well make it a Russian blue at this point. Maybe lead into that? What happens when we make it big? Too big. I'm not too worried about how the where the strokes are going and whatnot right now, because we're probably going to turn down the opacity on this layer like crazy. I know the fur over here is quite dense and tufted. We'll be able to add more accumulating strokes as we go through. What they did for this cat. Yeah, they had accumulating strokes going throughout the mesh, so I guess we're going to do that. it's in an overlay layer, so it shouldn't be too bad to make it a lot less opacity and have it still kind of affect what's going on underneath. Okay. Not too bad. While this process is going on, I've been thinking about, different things that I could stream and do. And by the way, that collab that I've been thinking about doing with a friend is actually underway. We're gonna start planning when. The game tested okay, and so we're all green. But as for other games and activities, I'd like to have a little more. I'd like to do a little more things. Like I really wanted to play Satisfactory on here because I like building things and whatnot. But I'm a little curious as to whether or not that would be something people would want to watch solo. I've noticed that a lot of people like to play it co-op, and find a co-op partner for that one. Other than that, I have a few other games that I would like to play. Thought about getting Space Marines because I like that kind of game. It looked really fun. I haven't picked it up yet, but I think I have the specs to handle streaming it. Should be okay. In accordance with my challenge run for Elden Ring, something similar to that, I am kind of curious how people would feel about a Terraria speedrun. Because I've never attempted one before, and I'd like to possibly get good at one for an idea that I have in the future. I would kind of need to get good at one because the person I would like to collab with might not notice if I don't actually put myself on some kind of leaderboard for the speedrunning community for that idea. Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. Hey, coming along pretty good. But yeah, I had quite a few games that I wanted to try streaming or whatnot. Try and maybe make some YouTube content on. But yeah, just missing some partners. Or you ever like think, oh, this idea is golden. It'll work. Like things will be amazing. And then once you dive into it a bit, it's like, oh, well, maybe not. That's kind of been like the name of the game for some of these things, some of these little plans that I've had. But that is kind of how things go. I do have a few more plans up my sleeve, and I'd definitely love to see how people end up reacting to the different kinds of games that I'm able to play. A little on the curious side. Does it do people care if someone's really, really good at a game or not? I imagine it depends on the game, right? Because I would imagine if you stream something, heavily PvP based, you should probably be pretty good at it if, you're streaming it. I have a thought. I'm like, you know, I might want to try PvP again. If I had some people that didn't really take it super seriously, it would be a good idea. I wasn't sure what would be good. 'Cause I know most of those games live and die, like, by whether or not they do something bad in one patch, and it's kind of crazy. Been watching a lot of the Russian Badger lately. Um, that's why I kind of spurred on this whole idea of maybe give it a shot again, because they look like they're having like a lot of fun. And it's been a while since I've seen people having like actual fun in PvP. I don't know, maybe it's the stipulation, uh, maybe it's the like I forget the word. But maybe it's like a bit of like a fear of like you know, like watching people who played like lots of League of Legends and whatnot, because I never see anyone having fun in that game. And it just kind of turned me off of the idea, because that's kind of what a lot of people wanted to play back when I was thinking about playing with a lot of people before. It's just a thought. Okay, it's going pretty well. As an overlay layer, this is actually starting to look really nice. I'll symmetricize it in a minute. Let me pile it on thick over here. Because cat's paws tend to have a lot less fur on them. It's okay if some of the fur drenches over into the bottom of the foot. It's going to anyway. Yeah, looking good. Add a little bit of a shorter length in between different bits. It kind of goes a bit sideways, maybe a bit upended. Oh. Well then. That's not good. Never mind, we're good. We're good. Find a color was similar. Let's add that to color palette just in case. I click that again. But yeah, I heard that Metaphor game was pretty good. It looked like it was Persona-esque. Is it made by the same people? So it ought to be pretty good. I'm not the best at those kinds of strategy games, but it would be fun. A little something. Some dots in here because cat fur can get like that, kind of pointed upwards in a lot of the areas where there's very small amounts of fur. Hmm. Okay. Doing good so far. I'm just trying to get through this. Being extra careful not to overlap too much of it, because we don't want to get pure black, we just want a little bit. Oh, hello, we're running across the back paw now. Burr needs to start going. Okay, there we are. Ah, yes, 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 looking good. Yeah. So considering, like, things like Jackbox, because I have a few friends, I'm not sure how hard it would be to get a collab going, but it could be fun. Not really, it's just a kind of a repetitious process on this one. Can't wait for the day they invent something that lets us basically fill a texture in fully like this. Alright, nice and even, somewhat. A little bit matted here and there. As for any other ideas, I'm thinking of, I want to get started on making a bit of like a summary of the Elden Ring playthrough. It sounded like a good idea in my head to like go, oh well, people, not everyone has the time to tune in to such a long playthrough, and maybe they want to get, you know, caught up for the next stream. And it seemed like a good idea. Ah, in that regard, I'm gonna be making the Koban model in some various different poses. I might try a couple of editing styles just to see what kind of fits with the kind of voiceover work that I can do. Lots of experimentation. Okay, I think we're doing all right. Yeah, that's all right. I was tempted to probably because I know a lot of people like to watch what others are good at, and ironically, uh, one of the games I was actually very good at uh, before I just didn't have a whole lot of time to play it was Genshin of all things. I ended up playing it for around 3.5 years because, funnily enough, on that same segment, uh, me and my grandpa used to play Genshin together. Basically, he's 80, and I I tried to you know show him to several things. I tried to show him to Baldur's Gate and Divinity because he really likes he really likes World of Warcraft. And he's been playing it since its release, and he's taking a break from it now, but back in those days, he played it, and it was his thing. And, you know, seeing that made me feel like maybe we could play something together, some kind of RPG or whatever. And so I tried my damnedest. He liked Diablo. I showed him Torchlight, and it just didn't click with him. And, you know, one day he, you know, knocks on my door and comes in my room and sees me, you know, playing Genshin back when it was in its heyday. And by its heyday, I mean well within the first year before the whole depressed Chi-Chi debacle. I love that image though. And he just sits there and watches me play it, and I'm like, there's no way. There's no way this 80-year-old man's gonna pick up a, you know, 4-character switching game where the combat is constant and, you know, all these like factors, because he's so used to his, oh, press a couple of buttons, you know, playstyle in World of Warcraft. He played a warlock. He played pretty much he could play almost everything on the Horde side, but he really, really loved like summoner classes and things like that. I believe that was the warlock. I can't quite remember. But that was his main. You know, his main had that void summon from World of Warcraft, and like he was very, very good at that. And you know, I never for in a million years thought he would just sit down and play, you know, Genshin. So I just told him about the game just haphazardly, you know, not my usual passionate self talking about things that I love. And because I was like, there's no way. He's just curious. And he comes back to me the next day and says, I like it. And my jaw was floored. So I basically helped him out and figure things out and simplified it for him, because I got really good at figuring out what the characters did for his sake, because he, you know, he couldn't read between the lines of the paragraphs of text. You know, like, I'm not judging anybody who can't. That it's like reading encyclopedia playing any Hoyoverse game. But yeah, I just got really good at, you know, playing the game and playing just about every character. And so he played with me for about 3 years, and that was actually really, really wholesome, because we'd go and co-op all the weekly bosses, and where other people were upset about getting Chi-Chi, I wasn't, because when I got duplicates of her, it meant that I could do damage in the fights, at least something to help my grandfather, because he would go in with his best damage dealing characters, and his best damage dealing character for that fight, and Zhongli, because he couldn't, he's red-green colorblind. Give the man a break. He couldn't see a lot of the things on the floor, so he needed Mr. Shield Man himself. And so that left me with whatever DPS I could safely bring without being shielded, and a medic. And in most cases, because, you know, no shield at that time ever compared to Zhongli, I just had to bring Chi-Chi. She was the fastest. She could heal the most, the fastest, and get me back to doing damage. And it worked. I was surprised. I was like, you know, out of all the characters that they made that did not function very well in co-op, surprisingly, the character that made everyone nearly immortal kind of fixes a lot of those issues. Funny how that is. But yeah, I was very good at the game. Uh, I did nearly every abyss since I was able to clear floor 12. I was getting all the stars in. And when I went back, you know, for a brief spell, because I made some friends that wanted to play and wanted to have someone help build their characters. I still was able to clear all of them. Sorry to say, your boy here is kind of good at the game everyone memes on. Other than that, I hear a lot about this, another note, I hear a lot about this old Minecraft lockout thing. That sounds like fun. Might go searching for someone who could do that with me. Let's see. Oh, no. Anyone ever noticed that it's just so much harder to get up during the winter? Like, the moment it gets cold outside, it's just... I find it hard to get up. It kind of... I don't know, like, maybe it's, like, the fact that it doesn't get, you know, bright until, like, 10 or 11 where I'm at, something like that. Or maybe it's just, you know, it's the gloomy nature of it might be raining or snowing again today. I guess I can't do much. Something about it is... It just doesn't sit with me. I don't know. Maybe I'm part bear. Hibernate. Maybe that's why I feel an incessant need to eat a shitload of chocolate. Do we have anything for pause? Are you showing pause? You have some feetsies, yes, but not the bottom of them, unfortunately. I guess we'll just kind of wing it. Let's see. I've noticed there's actually a pretty big trend right now for tower defense games. There's been quite a lot of them recently. And I like those. There's been some there's been a lot of Sims games lately, like Colony Sims and stuff, and I don't know, maybe it's a strategist era these days, I guess. Occasionally we get a game that's unga bunga, who cares? We can just keep running through the enemies. Which, I like those too. Those are fun. But it is interesting, watching the games that are popular coming out as of late. Games like TCG Simulator, and ironically, didn't trading card shop, not like a card shop simulator also come out at the same time? Like a completely different thing? It was kind of bizarre to say, hey, I think I've seen that before. I've seen that thought somewhere. I was thinking about, since Factorio got its, you know, he's getting a new update at some time in the future, maybe that might be a good thing to cover? I've never been able to clear my way through the first few days, just because I end up getting overwhelmed. But, I don't know. Maybe I could get a collaborator who knows a little more. Or maybe I could just try to wing it. See how far this this old dog's brain can get me. Maybe there's new tech. I've been seeing a lot of really interesting events that been going on. Like Ollie had a birthday recently. Um, we've had quite a lot of different celebrations. There's been a lot of really crazy collabs going on in the YouTube space, and especially the VTuber space. A lot of the big names just coming together and just doing something crazy. You don't really see, like for instance, hasn't there been in the past like 2 months, three different Hololive collabs of like give or take 15-20 of them? What's that about? Did they all just find something that they really want to cover? Not that I'm complaining, we're eating good, but it is interesting. Maybe the tech between collabing within the industry has gotten a lot better, at least on their side, or maybe they're buying more servers. Either way, a good day to be a Hololive fan. Alright, let's try from red to blue and fill in the gaps. Oh, missed a bit. Okay. We're almost there. I think after this, we'll find a nice color to kind of overlay, not overlay, but maybe add a little bit of glow to parts of the fur, just to kind of highlight a little more. This isn't really meant to be like the be-all end-all layer. Other things, I'm really curious about how people are getting some of these crazy setups to function. I've been seeing a lot of really interesting collab ideas coming out of people like Point Crow and Small Ant and all these really interesting sometimes most of the time some kind of like multiplayer mod segments that they're doing. These cool like there was one of the more recent things he did was like this Mario Odyssey kind of run where basically they had this extremely talented modder create these like custom levels based upon you know who could get to like this star fastest, and they're adding all sorts of like obstacles to try to stop each other and try to get the most points. And it's really cool to see someone see, you know, that whole side of the YouTubing space and streaming space just really push the boundaries of what's possible with these old games. Like I've heard of this thing called an archipelago. Basically, what it is where you grab a game or two and a friend or two, and what you can do is it cross saves all of the item drops, so you can actually pick up an item from one game to another without you know the game having any issues or anything like that. So if you were to mix something like Super Mario 64 and like Minecraft or something, uh, what would happen is if you pick up an item in Super Mario 64, it could give it to your friend's Super Mario 64, or to your Minecraft, or if you get like an achievement in Minecraft, it could, you know, give something to your friend's Super 64, maybe a power-up star or something. And I thought that was just the coolest thing in the world. What a day to be alive, where we have such interesting concepts coming out of the different communities. I'm really eager to try out some of these things. Okay, let's get a little bit in there, and I think we're good to go to move on to the next layer. Thin that one out a little. Okay. I guess we're gonna get rid of the mustache. Next layer, we're going to be bringing it on back to... And let's go ahead and grab... I'm gonna grab maybe this darker orange? I think so. And we're going to basically fill in a bit of this. Want to get the ears in here. We're not going to go crazy on the ears, per se, just because they're not really going to be all that visible. Go back to color swatches and add this orange just in case. How are we looking? Pretty good. Let's grab a lighter orange. Add that to the color swatches. And we're going to try to airbrush this in here. Turn up the opacity. Maybe target it at the top here. Again, not going too heavily on this part. Just gonna erase a bit of the bottom. And we're going to smooth. Yep. Yep, this is working out really well. I think that's good. Just a little bit of something to give the ear a little bit of pizzazz to it. Probably should put on another layer, but it's fine. Remember, keep making layers. More layer, more better. All right. Let's give this idea a try. I'm going to grab that blackish color again. We're going to give it a little bit of a highlight. Maybe... I'm going to try to go for a little bit of... Let's add a little bit of blue in here, right? Maybe turn down the saturation a little bit. Turn down the lightness. And we'll get that fur mat back. Actually, let's try a different one. Let's try a different noise. No. Yeah, we're good then. Maybe brighter. Yeah. Let's make it a nice bright blue. And we'll turn the layer to hard light. Interesting. Ah! The blue didn't show up. Let's make it a really bright blue. Maybe too bright. Maybe something we airbrush. Let's try turning down the opacity, our overlay. Let's take it down to, probably 30%? That should be good. Oh, that's the hard light. Wrong one. Overlay. Obey me, please. Okay, let's see how this airbrush fares now. Okay, it can be afforded a lot. It can afford to be a lot darker. Ooh, okay, okay. Just gonna add bits of blue in here. Hold on. Idea. Overlay. Here. Hard light. And what we're going to do is we're going to airbrush the shadows. So if I take this down to 30% as we planned, let me make sure there's nothing in here. Because we need to make sure that there's some kind of shadows in here. Otherwise, we won't have any visibility on the mesh of the cat itself. By that I mean we won't be able to tell what the cat has. So just very descriptive right now. We won't be able to tell the shadows on the cat. So we're just gonna paint them on in this nice blue. Just to make sure that we can always tell what part of the cat is meant to be in shadow. Let me grab this again. And yeah. So far, so good. Oh my, put that on the wrong layer, did I? Happens to me quite frequently. It's fine. We'll make it work. We're gonna get the bean toes here in a minute. Gotta get the back and underside of the back leg here, or the front leg here, just so we can see a little bit more of what's going on. And the shadow is coming from the front. I like this song. Not really a whole much to say here, other than this is just, it's a little bit time consuming, yeah. Trying to make sure everything is just right for all of the shadows. For the fur, it's definitely an undertaking to try to get to make a model somewhat similar to realism. I'm mostly just trying to make a cute little something. See now. Ooh, that's coming out nice. Just kind of painting on some extra shadows here. Bit of a gradient, if you will. Going up the side legs, or the back legs. being very careful not to add too much shadow. As the back paws are mostly in shadow. Just gonna add a bit of, not that much, a bit of darkness in there. That should be good. And I need to get up in here, make some dark spots. Because right now, it's mostly about creating the silhouette of the cat. Because we're going to be on flat shade when flat shade is what we see right here. So we're not going to see any like baked textures or anything like that. Well, not baked texture, but I've seen like any lighting, dynamic lighting in here. So it's actually really, really important that we get the shadows right. Since this little kitty mostly remains stationary, we can afford to paint the shadows quite detailed. Or rather, quite intricately. Okay, let's get a bit of the underside of the tail going, not too much, because it is the most mobile part. But people need to be able to tell the tail from the rest of the body. Okay, last little bit. That should be good. People to be able to tell segments of the tail, but sometimes it's a little hard to pilot this thing. Okay. Go ahead and make that a little bit less. Airbrush up the center a bit. Moment of truth, Tapo Sim. Okay. We can tell quite a bit of the cat's information. Just gonna add some streaks in here. A little bit of information. Because remember, we're making information to the eyes. And we want the eyes to believe that there's a bit of shadow here, a bit of shadow there. Okay. I think that's pretty good. I might add a little bit of our signature shadow in here. Just a little bit going up the paw. Just to add a little bit of separation detail between the front paw and the upper arm area, or the upper paw area. conflict. Right now, it's more about using our colors to accent the shape language. And to that regard, I'm gonna bump up the lightness like crazy. We're gonna add a new layer. And I think we might make it lightness, maybe? Let's try grabbing a white and see what happens. A little bit of experimentation here. Opacity of the white down. Okay. This might be good. I think I like this. Let me fill this with eraser. And we're going to keep going here. Maybe make this bigger. Going to erase the tips here and maybe some of the top. Just going to shape it a little. Hey, okay. We got a nice highlight effect that we can use now. Okay. Let's paint on some highlights. Let's start with the top of the eye. We need to have something that tells us, hey, this is the top of the eye. Okay. Actually, that kind of works. It's barely visible. But I think it's enough, especially if I were to come in here and add some of this highlight up in here, because this is where the highlight would be. Erase the back edge pretty harshly. Erase some of the front edge of this. Kind of go over it haphazardly, see what I can come up with. Okay. Might be able to turn the opacity of this brush down and keep some more of the strokes. Yep. That's good. That's... break it up a bit. What opacity are we at? 41? Okay. There'd be quite a bit of this near the nose. And going up this way. Okay. Let's kind of shape it a little. We might want to go up with the opacity, just so that I can have room to erase it good. And we do need a little bit on the cheek here. Just kind of accentuate our shape language. A little bit. Might be a good idea to airbrush this. No. It has to be kind of like a regular brush, because then we can actually control a little bit what's going on. Okay. Try to get highlight in here without getting rid of all of it. Maybe a little bit more on the eye here. We won't have to be as finicky about it on the rest of the mesh, because it's the rest of the body, but the eye and the face has a lot of things to accentuate, and we don't accentuate them enough. Brush in there. Some white. And people won't be able to see what the cat's eye is supposed to be, or how the face is supposed to contour and concave. Really fine, minute details make the piece. Sleep, kitty, sleep. I don't know where that came from. I like cats. Can't be near them for very long, but I like them. I'm a bit allergic. It's tragic. I love cats, but they're they're not good for me. Okay. A little bit of accentuation of the light near the ear. And then we'll hit this with an airbrush near the top, right around the tippy top of the ear. The camera keeps jolting. I'll push it away. And we're gonna do a little bit of a accentuation in the ear here. So far, so good. Just get in there. And erase a little bit more. Make this airbrush comically big. And the eraser a little bit smaller as we kind of break up some of this light near the top of the ear. Okay. Add some Nice fur over here. Don't worry about the shape right now. I'll erase it into shape. Get a nice taper fade. It's like I'm dressing this little handsome boy. Just gonna get rid of this side because I'm just gonna mirror it over. Get a little airbrush in there. Add our random hair accentuations. We need to be able to trace the face with our eyes. Okay. How we doing? Good. Really good. We can see the face. You can kind of see the face's shape language. Another little line in there. Give it a tad bit of an erase. Just being finicky at this moment. And top this in again. The ears are nice. How we doing? This part. Let's kind of cut this a little bit. Maybe add a line that's not so short. There we go. Maybe, yeah, get rid of a little bit of this so it's not, yeah, not so crazy. Under Topo Sim. Alright, let's get in here. Can we just airbrush this part? Yes and no, it kind of overrides. You kind of mark the shape language a bit, and then get in here. It's short. Highlights. I know I'm getting rid of a majority of the highlights that I end up putting in, but just ends up kind of being that way, trying to make it look as good as possible. Okay, that should be good. Let's go ahead and try to use the airbrush to try to get our way around here. So we're going to add a little bit of highlight up here at the top of the head. Just really light, trying not to override the shape of the rest of the fur. Looking pretty good. Gonna... Yeah. Okay. Almost in red blue. Now we want to airbrush this segment. Because we want to make sure we can highlight the top of the front paw area where the shoulder is. Because that's what's going to be beaming in the sunlight, or the shape. Let's get some actual fur highlights in here. Uh-oh, we're cooking, boys. We're cooking with this technique. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get down in here and get the front part of the paws. A bit of a highlight. Definitely too much. Oops, where did you take me? Okay. Get in here. Get some special fur. Try to shape the rest of this. Alright, I think I need a little bit more. And we should be good for the front paw. Eraser in here. Oh. And let's airbrush a little bit. Might be able to kind of even out the glow. Okay. A little more on this side. To make sure that no side is kind of left without a little bit of something. No area. Okay. And then we sim that. Sim. Ooh, buddy. Red to blue. Better. We're doing lots of simming right now, topo sim, because we want to make sure that it looks good on both sides. Because there's a certain degree of randomness to this, and then there's also sometimes we really just need it to be a certain way. let's take a look at... Okay. So there is a little bit over here that would be visible. Bit. Maybe give her some harder bits. Okay. We definitely got a very manny boy on our hands. Alright, let's get this back. That should be good if we just shape it. I'll just add some myself then. A little bit more. I want a bit of an accentuation. Yeah, there we go. Some kind of highlight on the very top of the fur. Does it look good in our topo sim? Kinda. Go ahead and erase this bit right there. There. And let's topo sim again. I think that's fine, but I do think a little bit more. Because this is the back. It's supposed to have quite a lot, right? Okay, let's check. Yeah, that's good. Go ahead and leave a bit of a gap there. And I'll airbrush a little bit down here. Give an idea that there's supposed to be a little bit of a shine down here, but I don't think we're going to do a whole lot. Just because the primary shine is up top. We don't need a massive amount of shine going down the back. Let's do a little bit more right in the center here. Yeah. Good. I do think there would be a little bit of something here that gives a little bit extra. Maybe make it a little smaller. There definitely would be. Alright, that was pretty good. Just a bit of a process trying to get this shine in here. But after this, our little cat friend will probably be mostly done. Just need to get the paws. Working on the little beans. Okay, so the highlight fur would be up here. That's the direction of the light. We get an eraser in here. Call that the primary light direction. Let's get some hard lights in here. Harder, I mean. Yeah, when it comes to texturing, sometimes it just takes a while. It's more of a battle of patience than anything. And sometimes trial and error. Most of the time, trial and error, actually. Sometimes you just have to develop the techniques on the fly. For this one, I think I'm getting pretty good at it. Sometimes all it takes is a shift in perspective. You know, a special moment where your eyes go cross-eyed. Wait. Okay. And maybe just do a light airbrushing on the tail. I don't think it needs any particular highlights, because the last thing we want is for the tail to have a crazy highlight and then for it to turn in a way that is not really good for that highlight. So we're just going to add a bit of light bits here and there. Maybe at the top part of the tail too. Right around here. Yep. And I think the last bit you can put highlights on, it's the foot. The very back foot. This is pretty good. Maybe Add a little bit in here. A little bit more of an airbrush in here. Once the toes are done, I think we'll be done with the texturing. Should be good. And there should be a little bit more on this side because it's the sides facing out, facing outward. Okay. I think the last thing to do after the taco sim is the toes. Yep, let's topo sim, do one check. Can we see all of the shape language of our little friend? I think we can. Erase the highlighter too. It might be too bright. Actually, I could just turn this down. Give me a brush. Maybe a little bit here. Ah, I like that. Okay. Okay. We're good with the shine. Beans. Let's do some beans. Get under here. Be above everything else because toe beans are toe beans. And do I have a reference for toe beans? I do not. We'll just make them these two shades of purple or pink. Okay, buddy. I need this one, right? Yeah, that should work. Too far forward? I think it's too far forward. A little more. Oh, opacity. Let's draw 4 beans first. Little feetsies. And then... It's probably not going to be something people are going to stare at. I just wanted to put it in here. That doesn't mean I'm going to do a bad job or anything, just... It just doesn't make sense to go super crazy on them. Just something nice and fun. That's good. Let's try to keep it on screen while we do the other one. All right. That's acceptable. Big. I think that one is too far forward. Not far forward enough. There we go. There we go. And then just gonna try and draw the shape. Yep. Move that out a little. Might be a little too big. Go ahead and do a bit of an erase. Erase. Alright, there we go. Nice and easy. And I'll add some sheen to them. Why not? While we're here. Bump those up. Really solidify the shape. Might need to be a bit more rotund. Ooh, okay, that's a nice angle. Badger one significantly bigger than the other. Yeah, okay, buddy. Dial you in. Nice and smooth. Still might be a bit big. Yeah, it's okay. I'll make this one bigger. Feetsies can never be too big. And there. I think that's good. Maybe. Yeah, fuck it. Let me go ahead and save this. Just in case. Because right now, I'm going to erase this one and see if I can't use the clone stamp tool. Okay, copy paste. no, transform. Don't erase old position. Okay. Just gonna clear this up here and we should be good to go. All things considered, I probably should have found a cat-centric music playlist. It's a little big. Maybe I should spread out some of these little toes. Yeah. Might have made the front paw a little big compared to the back. Rookie error! And we'll spread those out too. Make that slightly bigger. That one seems to be fine. Try again on this one. There we go. Just trying to get the right size for these little guys here. Okay. I think that's good. Let's grab our darker pink. Add a layer. And put it to overlay, I believe. That'll be good. Yep. Nothing super complicated. Just a nice highlight to give it a little bit less of a, hey, it's two-dimensional feel. Okay. Yep. Good enough. After this, we're going to export the textures back into Blender. Take one final solid look at them, and it'll be up to me from there. Huh. Hold on. There we go. Nice little toe beans. Grab this later, or this layer, copy, and copy. I think we might turn down the opacity on our pink. Maybe turn down the opacity. No, keep the opacity high on. Oh, it's linear dodge. Bam. Dying. Cats are too cute. Okay. That should be pink enough. And this... Oh, hold on. I need to go on the linear dodge and fix up the nose. A few seconds. Okay, well, I guess I gotta make a different layer. That's fine. White. Make a new layer. Little nose needs its highlights. Not very highlighted in particular for our little feline friend. Accentuate. It seems to me that the nose is less highlighted than I once believed. Huh. Something new every day, I suppose. As the cat's nostrils flare out. Okay. One final topo sim. Should be good. Blur a little bit here. And erase there. And we'll save textures. Export color albedo. Hold on. Oh, my bad. All layer colors. Because I can turn it into a Photoshop file. From there I can render it. And let's give it a hot minute. To be done momentarily. Yeah, it's done. Okay. Okay, my internet is finally on. We finished the cat. I can bring Blender back up. Alright. Let me go ahead and move my camera. Yeah, kitten. Man, do I love scuff. Okay. So, this is what we ended up with. Let me go ahead and export this as a single layer. Thank you, thank you. And now, magic. Let me plug this into there. Maybe turn down the emission a bit. We have a nice little black cat texture. Some interesting highlights to accentuate the body for when it gets thrown into Unity. Because when it's in Unity, it's not going to be... You're not going to see a lot of this... you're not going to see a lot of the AO here. That's coming from the principal BSDF. Let me turn the lights back on. So, what you would end up seeing is more along the lines of... Where is it? There it is. Diffuse. See a little bit more something like this, where the lighting isn't baked in. Hell, I might actually bake the lighting currently on. The lighting currently on the model is more so meant for the pumpkin to get baked, because the pumpkin is a procedural texture. But I kind of like that. This little orange hue on the cat. I might just, I'll probably leave the cat as it is. If you see lines going down here, that's because Blender has an issue. That doesn't show up in, that doesn't show up in Unity. But yeah, good. Like a glow emission in the eyes and mouth. We don't even have eyes or teeth or anything in the mouth. It's just, it's a bit of a shell just so that people can do what they want. If they want to make the cat, you know, animated, they just have to, you know, give it eyes and a mouth and whatnot. At the moment, I just wanted to, you know, make the pumpkin the preference, and because we're kind of pressed for time, because it's almost Halloween, and you know, the star of the show is the pumpkin, because I mean, look at this shit. But the topology is there if people want to fuck around with the cat. If they wanted to make the cat, you know, animatable and whatnot, then they could just go ahead and, you know, open the eyes and do whatever they want with the mouth. It's something that could be done. But I wasn't totally focused on making the cat's head fully cat-like. I just wanted to give it something like it. More like a... it is more like a fox or a dog head. But, as I said, it is kind of cat-like. Not a whole lot, but it's there. From here, it'll probably be up to me to go ahead and get it exported. Just render it out, and then throw it inside of Unity. But as for the time being, I think methinks that's as far as we're going with this one. Thank you for joining me. This was one hell of a stream. Tons of scuff. Many switching between the three different programs that I use, and well, it's definitely been a wild ride. We've streamed for a bit longer than I anticipated, and don't worry, I had the time. It was fine. Made sure of that. Have a good night, Stoic. So, seeing as the cat is just basically done, and I just need to go ahead and do some rendering and a little bit of Unity stuff, nothing too hard. Should be done, definitely will be done before Halloween. And that means Thursday, we're picking up Elden Ring again. So yeah, let's go. Back on that grind. New area, not new me, plenty new enemies. That'd be fun. So with that, I would like to bid you all a good night, and I hope to see you next time. Take care, everybody.